There we go.
All right.
I was actually going to try and actually wait till 4, where our start time is supposed to be, but Mega's like, no, we must flip it now.
Well,
yes.
I mean, you're not going to edit out the 3 minutes of nothing that people are going to click away from this video on.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm a little antsy when the before time goes quite so far.
Yes, and all those streams, where they literally have their streams going for like hours before they actually do anything. Yes, our little 5-minute delay window is going to just absolutely destroy people. When we have it clearly stated there that we start at 4. Yes, Omega.
No, I don't mean the live viewers. I'm talking about repeat viewers later. It'll be like, oh, what's this video? Oh, it's quiet for like 3 minutes. Whatever.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure they're pretty whatever about us anyway, my dude.
Anyway, this is What's Up. And the patrons, if you want to hear that long silence at the start, you won't, because I can edit all that out. It'll be much more compacter. Stuff happens. Support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, because the video's been going for a while, I can safely say that this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarp, Architect, Tan West, OG, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Jerry Vesquez, just the Faye, John Sandoval, Legendary Buster, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Razor Kenji, Rogue Robin, Shower, Some Prior, Some Guy named Bob Tyrant, Tweeney, and Baron the Crow. And if you like what we do, us to work, consider supporting us on Patreon. Good. Lucky is now playing Shark Game. You got Cat Game sometime in the last weekish.
I think I'm definitely gonna need subtitles.
I don't actually know if you're gonna need subtitles because I don't really know how much talking there is outside of this intro bit. I guess there is a narrator. Well, he'll work on that when he can get to whatchamacallit, menus.
Yeah. I didn't think about it in the main menu, but... So I was expecting this to be Shark Game Become Shark. I was not expecting people to be talking at me.
No, there's... I think I remember some clips for some various streamers doing this game. There's, like, a brief lead-in to why you are a horrifying vengeance of nature on man.
This is an
Shark bit.
Bullshit. Fast, fierce, and armed quite literally to the teeth. She has little to fear here in the Gulf.
With some foolish humans. But now Lucky has found a tutorial of how to be shark.
Here we go. Let's see here. Gameplay. Here we go. Subtitles. Perfect.
Buttons and menus. You know, this reminds me. I'll probably be talking about Subnautica Below Zero at some point. I've got a really weird, I guess I'd call it a glitch, like an error with the game. So, like a lot of beautiful, wonderful PlayStation games, ever since they integrated the speaker, it has speaker controller features. Mm-hmm. It plays audio logs through your speakers. I don't actually want it to do that, because then I can't hear shit. Because the relative volume of humans speaking out of my speaker is not loud enough for me to hear what's going on, as opposed to coming out of my TV, usually. Because my TV volume is decently up, so I might hear horrifying sea creatures trying to murder me. So I keep telling it to stop using my controller speaker, and it never remembers this setting. I have to do it manually every time. And I'm not sure why. Even on the main menu, I set it, and it just resets every game. And I'm like, that's weird. Shouldn't you remember I changed a setting? I guess it doesn't. Anyway, Lucky's a shark now.
I am shark. Trying to use...
A lot of people played this. I'm going to be... I haven't seen a lot of this. I'm not going to say it's quite the same as Stray, but I definitely feel like Maneater was kind of a meme game. A little bit like Stray is.
Really?
Like... Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of, like, they got that one guy to be narrator. I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but you probably recognize his voice, people's out there. But, like, the point of the game is to be a shark and do shark things. And there were a couple of simpler games like this that, you know, a lot of, like, internet people played back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the names of all of them, but, you know, the usual type of video stuff. And obviously, there's certainly... I'm not really sure why, but definitely in the mid-2010s, there was a resurgence of I would say, various shark-themed type games.
Well, I mean,
obviously, Maneater, you play as the shark. Go ahead.
Well, back in early 2000s, that's when sharks really hit that pop culture osmosis because things like I can't remember which channel, but they started doing things like Shark Week.
Discovery Channel, yeah. They started Shark Week in the mid-2000s, but I guess it wasn't really popular until later. I'm pretty sure they went as far as to start getting, speaking of internet memes, they started to get, internet people in on Shark Week stuff, not just Mythbusters doing shark myths for literal years. Until I think they ran out of shark myths. One year for Shark Week, they were literally like, yeah, we don't got anything else. We've done, every Jaws movie, even the terrible ones. But
well,
yeah,
I do want to point out that fucking Sharknado, infamous ones, did come out in 2013.
True, that's probably it. It's that was the meme shark peak moment of Sharknado, because I'm thinking of several games. Like I said, there was one game that's vaguely like Maneater, but way less polished. It was way more blocky, and also you got to do stupid stuff, like you were a shark that could, literally fly out of the water and ground and, go deep into the city. It may have been, those people may have been bought out and made this game eventually. I don't remember the whole story. But I'm also thinking of, there was Depth, a game I own on Steam, but I've never played because it requires other people. And also it's got water in it, so it required a decent processor for my potato that I didn't own. But that's the shark diving game, which was asymmetric multiplayer. Everybody remember when that was cool?
Asymmetric multiplayer. I don't remember what that is.
Well, it's I can't remember the name of the dumb serial killer, the slasher game.
Oh, Dead by Daylight?
Yes, there we go. Dead by Daylight, a game I have played. I think they really codified it, but there were a lot of those. Dead by Daylight, Evolve, where hell, they're making a Dragon Ball asymmetric multiplayer hunting game. Breaker Z or Daybreak, whatever. We're making a Dragon Ball horror game where Frieza hunts down all the scrubs and stuff. It's coming out next year, I think. But yeah,
okay, now I get it.
Depth was kind of a game like that. You had a couple of people playing sharks, and then the rest were treasure divers who get eaten by sharks who are inexplicably mad at you. There's that one game that was in beta access forever. Stranded Deep. I believe that's on the PlayStation Plus now. There's also sharks in Raft, but Raft is a whole thing. There's a lot of shark games is what I'm saying. But other than, like I said, I remember the advertising course for hey, look at this game where you play a fearsome shark. I don't really remember anything about it. I know a lot of people have streamed it. Obviously somebody even referenced, of course, Gargura streamed it, because how could you not when you are the shark-themed one? By the way, you are really lobbing those fish.
Yeah. Yeah, I can literally grab them in my mouth, and I push another button, and I just bam, tail whip. I'm I have never known a shark to tail whip, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, you should leave your sharking career and go to the major leagues.
I can just slap people with my tail. I'm fuck you.
Yeah, I don't actually know if sharks tail check anybody.
Well, they mentioned something about a thresher shark doing it earlier, but I don't know. I am clearly a bull shark. Look at me breach.
Yeah. Hold on, I have to wait for the preview leg to catch up for Lucky to actually... There we go. Big ups for a shark. You seriously need to get the fuck out of this ocean and just go into a professional sports career. Jesus. You've got big ups. You can throw ball. I
mean, we can invoke the Airbud rule.
I was just thinking of that. I'm where the fuck is my Airbud movie series, but with sharks instead of golden retrievers? You can do everything these days.
I like your boat. Can I get on board? Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
Oh, this is why you don't smoke on your ship.
Yeah, I'm about to say they're already smoking. I think you broke something.
Don't worry, I will save you. I will put you in my mouth.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those like, oh no, our boat's on fire. Literally, like,
I tried to put him back on the boat, and I think that did not help.
No, it did not.
Sorry, buddy. I think I broke their boat.
Ah, well, insurance will cover. It's fine.
Hi.
Fine.
We're friends.
They're literally like 2 steps from that little tiny blob of sand. Also, hold on. Wait a minute. I just realized you caught that guy who I assume came off that boat that dropped. Why the fuck was he in the middle of the deep part of the water? The land was literally right there. I'm pretty sure they could have done a running jump and jumped to that other sandbar right next to where their sailboat went in the water.
I don't know. Hi.
While it is well known,
I just did my that hands over my forehead gesture to see where the fuck that guy went, because he went
their
far.
propensity to feed on fear.
So yeah, Lucky's having fun being a shark.
I am gonna have fun being a shark. Check this shit out. I was actually very good. I was having a bit of a. Ooh, there's another boat to fuck up there. I mean, investigate. Say hi. I was actually having a little bit of trouble deciding what I was actually going to stream today because I haven't really picked up anything new. So I was actually going through a lot of things. Like I was considering getting reinstalling Neo. The Team Ninja. Hi. The Team Ninja Souls game. And I can say it's a Souls game. It's a fucking Souls game. It's not a 1-for-1 Souls game, but it's pretty fucking close. But I was playing it for a bit, and I was all like, all right, I'm like on level 160 in this game, and I have a bunch of crazy ass shit here that I'm not entirely sure how to use, and I'm not sure if I actually want to like start all over.
Yeah, no, fair.
Oh, boat combat.
Also, I think that whatchamacallit, Souls-like is a thing already, much like roguelike, which is a legitimate way to phrase that genre, because in case you guys don't know, Rogue is an actual game. That's why it's called a roguelike. So,
what am I doing?
I think Souls-like is a legitimate.
Shut up! I'll slap the fuck out of you. Wait, how do I? Okay. Oh, I gotta jump on.
This is a reverse Austin Powers. You are a shark being attacked by frickin' laser beams. By the way, as a person who has long studied the art of both firearm accessories and how lasers actually work for reasons, lasers don't work like that in the water. BT dubs. Diffusion is terrible.
Gotcha. Spin.
Also, is there a laser coming from like under the water up at you?
Oh yeah, I think there's a. There's a underwater.
Yeah, there's a man. There is a man in the water with you.
Why does he think this is a good idea?
This is a terrible idea. I'm gonna point my laser-powered spear gun at this shark. Anyway, you ate his face.
Boom!
I didn't think the shark would eat my face.
Alright. Oh wait, there's another one on the ground? Come here, you.
I've seen you go ape shit and like do shark fighting game combos on these boats and divers.
This is kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of sad I did not play this earlier. Damn it.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like this game, like, from what I understood of it, Maneater wasn't bad, like, looking at you play now. It doesn't seem like there's anything, like, really weird about it. No, we're, doing shark things. But also, I didn't really feel like there was a lot of, like, positive buzz either. It was just, oh yeah, that one shark game came out. It happens sometimes with video games.
Yeah, apparently I was looking it up. Apparently it was like it's a semi-open world area too. Like there's all these like areas. I don't think it's like that big a game, but
yeah, but it's definitely got some map zone. It seems to be very it almost seems a little like Nolans inspired, though a lot of the aesthetics of the open ocean here reminds me a lot of South Florida. But you got like guys, I lived in South Florida. I lived in Miami-Dade County, the county they renamed after Miami. Shit was not called like Crawdad Bay or whatever there. We had a Biscayne Bay. We had some keys.
I breach! Ow. Oh yeah, I got one.
Okay, so the I just wanted to pull it up. So it's got kind of a middling overall review on Metacritic. It's got a 70 and a 6.5 user score. There seems to be it seems to be one of those cases where like some people are like, yeah, no, 80 plus, it's really good. It's a weird, fun shark game. And then there's a decent number of like, it's all right. And then some people are like, this is dumb.
I'm bringing back your friend.
It reminds me a little bit of some of the early reviews I saw for Stray, but I know that user-wise, the Stray reviews have like completely blown out of the water. Everybody is happy for Stray. Unless you're like some kind of Elden Ring tryhard who is like, why? Yep, Stray is 84 on Metacritic and still 8.8 user score.
Sick.
Being a cat is cool.
Oh, damn.
Let's get her up on deck, huh? On board the
Did you say something about dinner?
Something like that. I'm not sure. I'm digging this this reality TV show angle they think they're doing though.
Yes, that is like, and I think that's honestly, I think that's got some like commentary to it, some bite, because the move towards reality television, which was awful and terrible, and nobody liked it.
How do you know?
Other than all the people who mindlessly liked it. But like, there's definitely got some vibes with some of those shows about like hunting and trucking and crabbing. Ugh, ow.
She's on for me. Hello. Are your mama in there?
Like just putting this fucking shit. Man.
But why'd you do that? So I can identify.
Yep, so, a lot of sharks give live birth.
When I spear her.
Yeah.
There you go, eat his arm. I was pretty sure that happened, but I didn't want to spoil it for the chat. Man, you got real up there on the bone.
I did.
That's a very awkward place for that.
Is this a reality? It is, isn't it? I've seen enough reality TV openings to understand this shit.
Yeah. Scaly Pete and the Cajun Queen.
I love it.
Fucking boxing the marlin out of the back.
Oh, Man-Eater's the name of the show.
That tracks. That absolutely sounds like
I'm gonna eat that fucking hand.
A crappy reality TV show that airs on like the Travel Channel or Discovery at midnight or something, and it goes for a couple of seasons, and then somebody other than PETA is like, hey, should we be like monetizing, this blatant propaganda about sharks who are actually like endangered? But now you in the bayou.
I'm in the bayou.
You the shark in the bayou.
I'm literally in the bayou. Look at this, folks. The mangroves and shit.
Good old cypress trees. But yeah, when I Googled Man-Eater to find its Metacritic score, Google titled it as survival game. I don't know if that is really what we're going for here, but it might be. It's pseudo open world. You do gotta like eat stuff, I guess.
Alright, where am I going? Oh, I'm going there. Okay.
I don't know, wherever the fuck you want, I think. You're a shark.
Oh, what's that?
You've been fucking around in the water since, time immemorial.
Do I?
Sharks, like crocodiles, have remained basically unchanged for roughly a bajillion years, so...
Oh, I chomp it open. Then I eat all your MREs, apparently!
Fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror.
Sick.
That animation on that was so weird. Like, it exploded like you found a Sharky loot box.
I mean, I did find a Sharky loot box. It was full of food!
Well, you find some beef stew MREs.
Those are actually pretty good.
Just so long as you don't find the charms. If you guys don't know that, that's an old military superstition. If you get the charms candy in your MRE, you got to get rid of that shit. It's bad luck.
What the fuck is this?
I was gonna say you just passed a buoy, but there's like glowing, electric
Deep
fuck me lights on it.
End research. It's a research buoy? Yeah, it looks like it got some... Yeah, we'll call that environmental,
Yeah, I think
sensors.
that's a weather rig. I think the top of my scanner room looks like that. Oh, that's what they're doing. They're hunting for fragments. Maybe some gold. You gotta eat them.
Only here can the shark
Are they really...
discover the miracle.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, what is this?
evolutions.
Oh, there you go.
That's right, I can become Mega Shark.
Yeah, you can get a lot of weird shit. You've unlocked some tiger shark parts, it sounds like. Also, how had the...
Where the fuck
That's
is...
an airboat. How did that get in this weird glowing cave? This is funny, but will be a great transition to when I actually talk about Subnautica, which I think I'm going to do while we're not being completely bamboozled by this. But, like, this looks like a Subnautica map.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what this is, because this is what the buoy's hooked up to. And it looks like it has a couple flammable containers. Is it some sort of research vessel?
It's a research sub?
So this is clearly why I'm going to be able to upgrade. Let me see, just select.
I can't tell. Is it... I'm trying to figure out if it was autonomous or manned.
Tiger Shark Party.
We're learning how to shark here, y'all.
I'm now
This
Tiger
is
Shark.
behavior more common to whales and dolphins.
Tiger
This
shark.
is able to use biosonar
Literally.
to locate potential prey.
Sharks are pretty fucking wild, by the way. They have ampullae of Lorenzini. They can literally detect bioelectric fields. It's pretty bullshit. I think most sharks can detect like a single drop of blood and like, a couple parts per million of water.
Alrighty.
I'm just reminded of that one Russian Badger bit. One of Badger's many friends says something about there's a shark that's been swimming around since Christopher Columbus was on his shit. Now I'm not saying he was there, but motherfucker was in the water, and not much changed.
Shit.
Also, not exactly true, but there was a shark that was discovered for science and opened up, and in its guts was a complete suit of plate mail. I think some armor fell off a boat, and they ate it. I mean, you can argue that being an open world shark RPG is being kind of a sandbox game,
Well, I'm definitely gonna say it's a sandbox game. I don't know if I want to call it a survival game though.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that survival moniker that Google gave me is quite correct. It's definitely like, I would say like a sandbox RPG for being a shark.
Let me see here, cause can I access? Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can. Yeah, it looks like I have to gain XP and I have to gain resources to evolve. But me eating it, I'm guessing eating replenishes my health, which I guess you could say is a survival mechanic. But you don't have something like a hunger meter and whatnot.
No, I don't see a little. Like, if this was a true survival game, there would be like a little stomach box here that slowly depletes.
Yeah. Is that a? Yeah, we in that swamp, man, and there be them gators.
All right, well, it's time for the fucking Godzilla meme. Let them fight.
Not me. Fuck that. I'm small.
Yeah, you're still small. You'll come back later. Maybe you can become an armored shark then.
That'd be pretty cool.
You eat a gator.
Oh shit. Oh, you want some of this?
Because gators, I'm trying to remember. Is it Sorachia? Whatever the family that alligators and crocodiles are part of. Are, older than the dinosaurs and once again haven't changed much. Being an amphibious armored vehicle creature hasn't gone out of style. Shocking.
Shocking.
You know, humans, we
Come
had
at
to
me!
figure out how to get, like, bigger brains and use sticks and stuff. Gators don't need nothing new.
So Gator's living the best life. Come here.
But
I'll
yeah,
fuck
well,
you up. I'll swallow me, mom.
Ow. What the fuck? What? Whose fish would be bitifying you?
The one's bigger than me.
I guess. Is that like a pike or something?
I definitely think it's a pike.
Yeah, it has that kind of shape to it. I know a little bit about fish. Is it a barracuda? I don't know if barracudas are brackish.
I don't think barracudas are. Yeah, barracudas aren't indigenous to. Aren't those more South American?
Yeah, I think you can find them in the open water, in the Caribbean. But like I said, I'm pretty sure they're open water fish. I'll Google it.
See you later.
Like I said, I know a little about the fish.
What's this?
Because I talked about how I used to live in the South Florida. Back then, we had a boat. We would go boating. I was thinking about these the other day as I was listening to some covers by Ninja Sex Party. Why I enjoy music that is older than me. It is entirely due to my experience on my, occasionally taking weekends out on Dad's boat in the bay.
I don't think I can
because
get that.
what would be blaring on the radio on the boat and on the dock would be I can't remember the exact. I don't remember their exact station number, but it was like 98 point something the buzz, the best of the 80s, 90s, and today. That's me. That's me as a child, right there. Is just blaring the best of 80s, 90s, and today music. Because you don't have a lot else to do on a boat. Let's see. The barracuda. Salt is a saltwater fish of the genus Sirena. It's found in tropical and subtropical oceans.
No, Gator, don't notice me. Don't notice me, Gator.
Just think.
Oh, it noticed me. Holy shit. Oh, I bit that one. Run away!
Yeah, that'll hurt him.
I bit him on the nose.
But yes, it does look like. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it depends on the species of barracuda, but they're everywhere. The picture on Wikipedia's barracuda is Sirena barracuda in the Netherlands Antilles, aka the Dutch Antilles, which is in the Caribbean.
I'll fuck you up.
And they got another one of a great barracuda near.
Oh
Cozumel.
shit! You slapped the shit out of me. Woo!
Yeah, it's because he's fucking huge. Jesus. That's a full ass gator. You gotta use your classic RPG tactics. Hit and runs.
I am using.
Avoid the AoEs.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, this game's pretty fun.
Get Regner! Oh man! Oh god damn it! Okay. Sometimes doing
Actually,
the fucking 3D fight,
we
the 3D fight is a little bit. It's a little hard.
Yeah, you gotta think in 3 dimensions. It's hard sometimes. I don't think I asked this before. What platform are you currently playing, Danger Run?
PS5.
Okay.
I gotta go find me.
Is it part of our great giant fucking PlayStation Plus list?
Yes.
Or okay, I might poke it later. Not right now because I got like 3 or 4 different games to play. Because new seasonal update to Aliens Fireteam came out. They added prestige levels.
Oh,
they
prestige
are ludicrous.
What they do?
Yeah, so you don't have to reset everything. It's just now once you hit max rank at 20, you start gaining prestige levels. They go to level 70. Like your prestige ranks, and you start at 0, so it's a fresh start. But they let you get seriously blinged out nameplates and guns and stuff. Like you can get bronze, gold, and silver gun skins and other stuff like that. Yes, they also added crossplay. Which, depending on what my free time is, if some of the other people in the squad want to actually get in on some of that, I might do, because I believe the EXP requirements to grind prestige levels are about for the higher ranks anyway, so if I want to get that sweet gold shit, it takes a little bit. Yeah, eat them all up gator snacks. Hey, fun fact, I've actually eaten gator.
How is it?
It tasted like spicy chicken. A little gristly.
I can imagine that. From what I understand, predator animals are usually not the best. What's the word I want to use? Tasting?
No, they've got you want high fat content, tender muscles usually for good eating. Predators by their nature tend to be lean muscle, low fat. But it's passable.
All right, that was a battle for the ages. I don't want to fight another gator. I just want to eat more catfish.
It's probably good eating for a shark. Catfish are pretty big and fatty. But yeah, also Aliens Fireteam added another feature with this new update, which is great. I think they call it the Fabricator Recycler or something. Anyway, it's a thing where on the Endeavor, you go right next to the store. You can convert any 3 challenge cards into a brand new challenge card.
Oh, sick.
The rarity is based on the challenge cards you put in. So if you put in 3 purples, you will get back a purple. If you put back in like a purple and 2 blue, you'll get a purple or a blue. But yeah, you can basically, I've been doing it a lot with all the basically dead challenge cards I had. If you have challenges you will literally never do, like the one where you can only use your sidearm, nothing else, not even your abilities, you can turn those into stuff that you might use, including, the extra credits, EXP, or just other fun, weird ones. Like I got some camera ones out of it, so yeah, it's a good one. It's a good update. I'll be interested to get into it. But while Lucky's continuing to eat some catfish and get some points, complete some challenges, I can talk a little bit about Subnautica Below Zero.
Yeah, go for it.
So ordered it last week. We couldn't really get into it because of well, I didn't come till Sunday, but I didn't mention it until later. But I've been playing a decent amount over the past week or so. I've put in like I think last I checked it was like 5 or 6 hours, but we may or may not be counting time that I'm paused in my PDA figuring out recipes. I don't know if that counts against game time.
I think if it's time spent in game, it counts as game time.
Yeah, so and that was also a little bit ago that I checked. So it might be more like 7 or 8. I usually put in a couple of hours every evening, but I've actually been enjoying it a lot. I know that some people, as a negative, said they did not necessarily like how Below Zero seems easier and like smaller and shorter. I personally have actually been enjoying it a lot for those reasons. The map feels a little more compact. There are lesser numbers of terrifying giant predators that'll eat your face, and they seem like they're in a little bit more organized areas. And mostly that's for me just because I feel like in some areas of the game of the original Subnautica, there were like 6 or 7 Reaper Leviathans in like some of the bad zones.
Oh yeah,
like that.
Oh yeah.
Below Zero doesn't have anything like that. And like, it's not because I'm like, ooh, I'm a scaredy baby. Like, yes, I do get nervous because I have a complex about the ocean when I go over a continental drop, and I'm just like, it's just all blue out there. I can't see shit. I'm not going there. And then the game is like, you must go there, and I'm like, God damn it, alien voices in my head. But not out of my vehicles, but in my prawn suit, and yes, I'm already at my prawn suit. In my prawn suit, I've been grabbed by our new Reaper Leviathan equivalent, the Chelicerae, which is like, imagine a shrimp shark, only it's like 60 feet long and has 4-way
Is this
split
fucking
double jaws.
moonwalking? I saw you moonwalk. Oh, now he's embarrassed. Yeah, I fucking saw him. God damn it.
Yeah, he's coming
Oh
right
shit!
for you.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Let me go! Oh, you motherfucker!
You get death rolled by the gator? You did get death rolled by the gator. Gotta be careful when you go into the bayou. You maybe don't come out of the bayou. I know you didn't have no choice going into the bayou, as you were literally cut from your mother's womb and thrown into the bayou. But also, by the way, once again, fuck you to Scaly Pete, because I'm pretty sure this isn't your natural sharking environment that he just ditched you in. Though I know that there are some sharks that will go in brackish water. But yeah, so I've been grabbed by a Chelicerae a couple of times. I don't do the like Markiplier or some other internet personalities like Babyman Scream things. What I do when my prawn suit is grabbed by a Chilicerid is I start mashing the 2 punch buttons even though I know it doesn't do anything, and I just say, you motherfucker, click up. It takes like 20 or 30 damage off your prawn suit. I don't give a shit. So, like, I'm not, like, deeply terrified of Subnautica usually. It's just, it's a little easier to play. It's a little more focused. I've built a pretty respectable base in the Twisty Bridges. It's a lovely neighborhood. It's really great. You can find a lot of resources there. Yes, no. I've talked about how I play like quote unquote horror games before. Like my almost universal response is like brief surprise and then come here, you. Like I am not talking about my nice lovely base that has multiple features. I've built some interior grow beds and some exterior grow beds. I built some floodlights. I built a control room and a scanner room and a moon pool and a large room so I can grow more shit. Honestly, I just love collecting weird shit to build. I've built a coffee machine.
Yeah, this reminds me of my regular Subnautica days.
Yeah. No, it's a lot like that. You can build a fridge. I think that's new to Below Zero.
Oh,
it keeps your food fresh long term.
Oh, nice.
I mostly use it to store the giant bottles of water that my water filtration machine shits out every 20 minutes. But, you can keep other food in there fresh. They rebalanced some of the food. Like, lantern fruit is no longer one of the OP foods.
Aww.
It does give you a decent amount of food back, and more importantly, it affects your body heat, which is really good for when you have to go above the water, because that's, like, part of Below Zero's whole thing is not freezing to death. But they do grow a shitload of them, so they are good for my bioreactors. The new OP fruit are horseshoe nuts. They grow on horseshoe shrubs. They never spoil. They give you a little bit of food, a little bit of water, and a little bit of health.
Did I just
find an Old Man of the Sea statue?
I think.
Well, you are in Bayou. This motherfucking shark worship Big C now.
I think that explains so much.
This is literally an eldritch shark. I'm pretty sure there's some DLC or some extra bonuses for you to, like, turn into a little, like, glowing radiation shark or whatever.
Awesome.
So, makes sense. But yeah, so, like, in Below Zero, I spend roughly 50% of my time just finding new things and going, ooh, I want that. There's a jukebox you can build in the game with collectible jukebox discs.
Level 15. 15. I don't think I can do that much. Fuck.
So I'm just like, ooh, jukebox disc. I'm gonna play music in my cool bass. And then part of it's the actual like plot. I do think that it's not quite as dramatic as the opening to regular Subnautica. Where your whole ass fucking ship gets shot down and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the drive is much more personal. The player character, Robin Ayu, has a lot more. By the way, you're a girl now in Subnautica Below Zero. I can't remember his last name, but Riley was canonically a guy in the original Subnautica. But she's going to the polar research site on 4546B because her twin sister has died working for Altera under alleged negligence, and you're like, no, I'm not taking that corporate bullshit. I'm gonna go there and figure out stuff for myself. Oh no, my shuttle has crashed in a meteor storm and it's very cold outside. Whatever will I do? Fuck. I've been Subnautica. But like, there's multiple plot threads actually like driving you forward in this game, and like I said, I think the overall plot arc's supposed to be shorter, but it's a lot more focused, and I feel like it's a lot more personal. And because, like, as a character, Robin actually, like, talks, like, when she finds new things or after she wakes up after a rest, she'll, like, talk to herself or the PDA and give you, like, audio logs.
Mm-hmm.
It gets you a little more into the character stuff,
Mm-hmm.
It's good. Solid game. I don't think I would ever play it, like, on a stream or anything, just because I feel like I would get backseated hard. I mean, I guess I could. I was talking about how I'm not a great neighbor. The Twisty Bridge is a lovely neighborhood. Lots of Arctic peepers and bladderfish around. I literally built an aquarium in my bedroom in my sea base and stuffed it with emergency bladderfish. Because that's the thing you can do. You can build an aquarium. It's not they don't breed in there, so they're not self-sustaining, but it'll keep fish alive, for if you need them. And also, who doesn't want to go to sleep with their with their psychedelic jukebox blaring and their aquarium full of bladderfish. Coffee machine on the wall. It loads your thermoses with coffee so you can restore your body heat if you're cold.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, no, actually,
in the first game, the coffee machine did give you coffee, but it was more of a cosmetic thing.
Yes, and you can still do the same thing with the vending machines. You can get salty snacks and stuff, but no, the coffee maker in Below Zero like actually serves a purpose. It's got 2 slots to fill thermoses, which you can build. I think it's like 1 titanium, 1 glass. And then you can put it in the coffee machine, and the coffee machine will fill it with coffee, which loses you a couple of points on your water bar, but it restores your body heat by like 50% or 50 degrees or whatever. So.
Sick.
And it can store up to 2. So if you're going on a little above-ground adventure, which there are several parts to actually do, that's like part of your plot progression and stuff, you can load up on coffee. Because you can build a snow suit, a snow diving suit. It requires you to harvest snow stalker fur, which I'm not really sure how I get yet, and I am not exactly enthused by the prospect of. Because you see, My general response to predators is aggressive. Before I got my vehicles, there was the rough equivalent to stalkers in the OG game in my neighborhood. Brute sharks. They're pretty big, ugly looking boys who'll sneak up behind you and bite you. At which point, to go talk about my fear response, that's when I spin around, draw my survival knife, and I'm like, "Get back here, you little son of a bitch! Get back here!" I give him a couple whacks for good measure, and then I go about my day. But then I quickly discovered that once you build your sea truck, and the sea truck is an interesting vehicle. I don't think it's as good as they were alone, but it's an interesting kind of structure. The sea truck is basically, when you first build it, it's like your sea moth. It's your little one-man submersible that gets you around a little speedy, and it's a little dumpy. Mm-hmm. But you can build modules and like customize it, and that eventually basically turns it into your Cyclops equivalent.
Oh, okay.
The only problem is you can't build upgrades like. You can't freely use the habitat builder inside the sea truck. You have to just go with the modules. But, for instance, I've unlocked a dedicated fabricator module, so it comes with its own fabricator and a little storage locker. You can get a storage module, which comes with just storage lockers. There's a sleeper module that gives you a bed to sleep the night away and a jukebox to play music. There is an aquarium module, which lets you, I think it just passively gathers small fish that swim near you.
Huh.
So, like, you can get some work done in the field. And then eventually there is, I'm finding shards for it now, there is a docking module, so you can dock your prawn suit to the back of it. I think the sea truck and the prawn suit are the only vehicles in Below Zero.
So does the sea truck just, like, get bigger and bigger or something?
Yes. You attach the modules to the back of it, so you turn it into a little sea train.
Oh, neat.
And all the modules, I think, have their own separate health. It talks about there's a system where you can eject the modules in an emergency. It also has the predator defense, like shocky system, like the old Seamoth had. So yeah, I think it's neat because it's customizable. It doesn't make you feel quite as invincible as the Cyclops is, but I think because the game map is smaller, you don't need the big chunker of a submarine anymore. Because like the OG Cyclops from Subnautica is a big boy. I always thought the Cyclops was really cool, but I feel like it's a little unnecessary in this game. You don't really need the like. There are underground sections, but they're very tight. You would not fit a Cyclops in them. Mm-hmm. I haven't found a grapple arm yet, so I don't know if you get your prawn suit in them, if you can get out again. But like, so stuff like the shield generator and the sonar are not necessarily needed per se. But yeah, so they're having a lot of fun. But when I unlocked my sea truck, my response to see a brute shark was to just run them over. Because it only does like a couple damage to your sub, and they die right away. So I have thoroughly depopulated my local area of predators. Because I got really tired of them roaring at me and biting me.
Well, that's how colonization works.
I have one of those new.
Listen, if you can be nice neighbors, like I don't give a shit about the small creatures. There's in the next biome over, there's the Cryptosuchus, who I also don't like, but that's because they're noisy and also try to bite me. And if you're wondering what a Cryptosuchus looks like, just imagine a crocodile, but with a body shape like a polar bear. Like they're big and spiny, but they're quadrupeds with big long tails. Anyway, they're really fucking loud. I don't like them. They annoy me.
I think I'm on the opposite side where I need to be.
So I've been having fun, like I said, putting a few hours, going to get stuff where I can, doing plot when I feel like it, and going to zones to find updates and stuff. I'm sure the game will eventually, get me into those, tight corners of terrible anxiety, because I know a little bit about the pre-release. I know that the Shadow Leviathans exist, and they only exist in the really deep, dark, spooky parts of the game. And those guys are huge fuckers. Back here.
Oh, I've upgraded.
What? There you go.
The shark is now a team, and we should expect
in the magic research light, you've grown stronger. Don't think about it too hard. It's a game.
Yeah, I love it.
But yeah, having a lot of fun with Below Zero. Just like I said, usually playing a couple of hours every night when I can spare it. They've got some great quality of life features. Lucky, you played through like all of Subnautica basically for Discord streaming for us once upon a time.
Yeah.
How many times did you pull up your PDA, go, what was that recipe, and then close it and go, I've forgotten?
So many times.
And Below Zero, no more. You can pin crafting recipes, which means they appear in your overlay HUD even outside of your PDA, and track how many you're carrying on your person.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Like I said, lots of quality of life stuff. It's pretty... It's an all right little title. I bought it for like $20 on Amazon. I think it's like $30, which is the full price on digital. So check it out if you haven't already. It's a cool little game. It has both PS5 and PS4 versions, I know for sure, and also obviously is on PC. So I've been having fun, enjoying bumming around underwater, doing stuff. Alien things, exploring stuff. Try not to get Ed.
Try not to get
Get Ed a little bit.
Yeah.
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. Like he's cracking up a monster, because that's what I am right now, and I love it.
Brar. What would be the sharkish flavor for monster?
A shark.
Something blue.
Razor blue?
Yeah, like, it'd be one of those things that's like, with a splash of ocean refreshment, and that splash is like pineapple juice or something. Maybe a little bit of
I guess. I was about to be like, why would you associate ocean with pineapple? I was like, wait, no, that's right.
I mean, I don't necessarily do that by default, but I know that like if somebody's ever like, check out this oceanic drink or whatever, it's not like, briny sea salt.
Kite fish. I'm gonna eat that thing.
Because that's not usually appealing and refreshing.
Sick.
Rarg.
I love the level of detail they have on this underwater. Just like literally like these broken ass buildings that have just fallen into whatever.
Yeah, there's some real good modeling work here. Always a delight to see.
It is a delight. Wait, actually, I got tail whip now. Come here, you. That's right.
Right, you're big enough to whip me. Whip it good.
I did. Let's see what else is going on around here.
I wonder if there's a shark with a blade tail you can evolve into later.
Oh, I bet there is. I saw, I was looking at it earlier, here, but, it doesn't have everything here, but apparently, once you start getting whatever this is, you get things like bioelectric tails, bioelectric heads, brutal muscles, fucking bioelectric teeth. I'm just like, whoa.
So when you get your infamy up by eating humans, or possibly helping humans, I don't know. Whatever we do with humans. But speaking of things that are neat, and we've been talking about some PlayStation stuff, we do have news on what August's games are.
Yes.
So available August 2nd. You can get access to Yakuza Like a Dragon. That's PS4 and PS5.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2, the super bundly version.
Oh, excuse me.
And also Little
What's
Nightmares.
Up?
So, sorry. Shave some of my hairs were tickling me. But yeah, so it's Yakuza Like a Dragon, Little Nightmares, and Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2. So decent selection.
Yeah, no, I think these are particularly okay. I'm definitely gonna be probably picking. I'm definitely gonna be probably picking up Like a Dragon and Little Nightmares. I'm not entirely sure if I'm sold on Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I mean, that game was my youth, but
yeah, I mean, if it's just like the games and like the maps or whatever, maybe the music, that might be an interesting trip down memory lane. That could probably be interesting. I don't know if I specifically played any Pro Skater games. When you're a kid, you play lots of stuff and you just don't always remember it. So I've played some skateboarding games before, but I don't know if I was a big. I don't think I was a big like Pro Skater stan or anything. But I don't know. I could see like picking it up for free just to lock it.
Oh, did you just tail slap me too? Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, the Gators definitely do some bonking and some. I feel like the Gators are in this game to give you an enemy who is equivalent to you, but is not a shark. So you don't have to eat any sharks.
True.
For now, anyway. Because, like, they do the same, like, thrash thing when they get you in the death roll and they can tail slap you.
I have to run away. I'm gonna have to eat that turtle.
Gotta go regroup. But yeah, so there's some interesting stuff there. I've also read that apparently the inclusion of Like a Dragon is a bit of a trend on Extra and Premium. There will also be some, among other games that are not announced yet, there will also be some additional Yakuza titles will be added to the
that's
library.
exciting.
Yes, Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1 and 2.
Oh, that's super important. I've been wanting to play Kiwami 2.
Yeah. I've heard that at least those titles will be added to the Extra and Premium tier as well, sometime this month.
Yeah, no, the PlayStation is really going all out with just keep throwing things on their new tiers.
Yeah. From what it seems like to me, it seems like they probably like negotiated all their initial waiver, whatever, and now they're like working with major publishers to be like, hey, you know, our process is good, we're making money. How much you want to cut a deal for to get your games on this service? Because like last month, obviously there was that big drop of like Assassin's Creed games.
I was gonna say, now that it's I can't remember the term, but basically know that they've shown that the model works and people are buying into it. More publishers are probably willing to put things like invest IPs into it and whatnot.
Yeah.
All right, where'd that thing go?
Sounds like a solid logic. Like obviously we know that it seems like some developers were already pretty tight. Like Ubisoft already was lining up a certain amount of like they had the they talked about the Ubisoft Plus collection, so they were already kind of pushing that a little, and then they added all those AC games, which I am personally interested in. I will definitely, when I'm done dumping a lot of hours in Below Zero. We've got several weeks before the new Saints Row comes out, which I am definitely excited for.
Yeah.
I will probably try out some of the Assassin's Creed games that people like probably start with the Ezio collection, because that's the one that people like. Assassin's Creed's one of those game series where people are like, okay, so the first one exists and it was cool, but like it didn't really kick off until the second one, kind of a thing, Which there do be some games like that.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Square has a very strong relationship with PlayStation. Because there's, 15, the 12 remake are all on there. The 8 remaster, several of the X games and X versions. And then they added both Final Fantasy VII Remake and the updated version, which Sony actually went back on. They did actually let you go straight to just upgrading and porting over your data if you'd already gotten the regular version when they made Intergrade free.
Oh.
That was something they weren't originally offering, but did decide to walk back on. I don't know if that means that if Sony had to give Squeenix a little bit more money, or just we had to decide that's a thing we're doing. I don't think it's really any skin off Sony's nose. But yeah, the PS Plus feature looking good. Obviously, Strayed wasn't that very long. We beat it already. If you want our high-level thoughts, actually a little bit very in-depth thoughts. I think we talked for 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, we did.
Check out last Monday's Great Ace Attorney stream, because that was after we'd both finished the game. You can check it out. But it's solid. I like it a lot. I know some people are like, ooh, do walking simulator. Not really. I think it's a classic adventure video game. Like, yeah, no, a lot of old school video games, you just wander around and do stuff because that's what's programmed into the video game for you to do, you know? Like, I feel like for some games, like, obviously narrative is, like, really important and there's a lot of lore building, but I feel like somewhere along the way we've gotten a little too critical thinking about it, and gamers have just lost track of the fact that, like, yeah, a lot of old games stuff just happened because that's what the game designers programmed into the game, and you don't really question it because that's just what they built. Like, you know, it's like, oh, what's this weird cat game? You know, why do we go around and solve these puzzles and do these, like, extra, you know, pick up these weird energy cans so we can trade them for a collectible? Well, you do that because the game designers thought probably it would be, you know, fucking adorable for you to do, and you shouldn't think about these questions too hard.
Well,
just play the cat game.
Well, that's the thing I'll say about, you know, video games as a media and a medium now. Like, we have come, like, such a far way in how we can treat video games and how we can use them to craft stories that, no, I will probably admit that some people probably do think way too hard on video games as a whole. And to be fair, there probably are some developers who think way too hard about video games as a whole too. I'm not gonna name names, but y'all know who I'm talking about.
I mean, I don't know if it's entirely related, but I do have written down in my notes a story that developed over the last week that they're charging you $70 for the Last of Us Remake.
Yeah.
Full next-gen price, everybody.
So it's like,
I'm not so sure about that one, Chief.
Nope. Neither am I.
Especially not when the non-remade remastered version is free, basically. I don't know if I'd call it a cash grab. It just, God, I think Naughty Dog really wants that credibility back. I mean, I admit, if I were them, I might be a little bothered by some of the Metacritic memes. I think it was Last of Us Part 2 was the first one where somebody did that meme of its user score being destroyed by Stray. They're not the only one, though. There's also a Elden Ring version of that meme, at least, which I'm sure is causing some serious Soulsborne players to mold.
Oh, I gotta be an adult for that, huh? Okay.
Interesting. Goals. But yeah, just the more that I hear about this remake process, the more I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I know there are a decent number of people, and whether or not you think that they're, like, mindless shills or whatever, you know, that's your opinion. I feel like some of these people are genuinely excited. Because there are people who do not mind the story decisions of Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
And in general, most people do seem to agree that the gameplay was improved. So there are people who are genuinely excited for a Last of Us 1 with 2's gameplay. But it still seems so weird. It feels like it hasn't been long enough, guys. I'm just so weirded out by this.
Well, the original Last of Us came out back in the PS3 days. And
true, it was the tail end of the PS3.
It was the tail end. But I think the thing that gets everybody is that they have constantly re-released the game several times.
Yes, they have done for PS4. They already did Last of Us Remastered. Like, they just updated it to the PS4 software and up-res the graphics a little, which you can get for free on PlayStation Plus with the collection, right? You know. And I do believe that is compatible with PS5 and may have even had a, like, PS5 graphics, like, package upgrade. So, yeah, it's just kind of, like, weird.
Okay, the problem I'm having with finding these gators is I can't find them alone. These fucking muscle-lungs just keep showing up, and they decide to fucking work together for some ungodly reason. I'm all like, excuse you!
You're getting fucking kicked up as a shark. This game's great, by the way.
No,
like, I talked a little bit earlier about how I don't remember people, like, really talking about it too much once it actually came out. But yeah, this is pretty funny. I might have to track down and see if some like streamers or other people I watch have, like, done some plays and stuff to actually check it out. Thrash. Do some shark dodges. But yeah, so Last of Us 2 Remake will be full price. Actually, I can use that to segue into another weird story. Hey, speaking of remakes,
What's up?
There's another game that we don't know what the price will be because it might not exist anymore.
What?
The Kotor Remake is indefinitely delayed.
Yeah, I remember that.
They never made it out of pre-production, and I think they've gone through 2 game directors and now are looking for a third one, I believe is the story. So yeah, the studio basically, like, they've had a lot of staff changes, and the game hasn't basically gone anywhere in development, so they're continuing to look for staff options, and it has been indefinitely delayed. They do not know when that game will exist, if ever, honestly.
Seems like they need to hang out with, God, who's the studio who wants to do Star Wars Eclipse?
Oh, yeah, who is that studio? I know the guy is David Cage, but I don't remember what the game studio is called.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Another game that's early in pre-pro.
I don't even know if it's in pre-pro. I don't know if they found anyone to actually fucking make it.
It's true. They were hiring developers, but yeah. I mean, for a quote-unquote Kotor remake, I can kind of see where the trepidation is, right? Like, speaking of remakes, I do think that there is an interesting, like, amount of, like, what would you call it? Like, baggage, I guess, to work through. Like, you have to decide, okay, you know, we're remaking Kotor. Old school Kotor is old. It's like 20 years old at this point, and it is kind of like, you know, clunky. What do we do to, like, make that modern? Obviously, you know, we do graphics, but do you stick to, like, SWTOR's, like, stylized graphics? Do you go for a more, like, modern realist look with all the super mocap, like, Fallen Order kind of went that angle, you know? So... and then there's, like, the story writing and stuff. There is probably the looming specter of, like, you know, hey, do we have to worry about the Lucasfilm story group under Disney getting on our ass? Because there were a lot of stories early on with the licensed games that the story group and Lucasfilm and Disney were kind of micromanaging. Mm-hmm. That's why that one open world game that EA was going to do with Amy Hennig, one of the creators of Uncharted, that's why that game got canceled, was because, like, Disney and Lucasfilm were all up in their grill.
Yeah, that was the level something, wasn't it? I can't remember the name of it.
No, that was not 1313. That was a game that was happened before the Disney buyout that got canceled because of it.
Ah, okay.
I don't think the hypothetical single-player Star Wars game EA was going to make ever got a title. It was not what Fallen Order turned out to be, because that was done by, like, I think that was done by Visceral before they closed up shop. And then the Respawn guys were like, "Hello, EA, we Respawn, makers of crazy good games like Titanfall 2, and also, you know, your tentpole battle royale shooter, Apex Legends, would like to make a Star Wars game.
Right away.
It is single player." And EA was like, "Okay, cool." Actually, EA might have been like, "Oh my god,
I can't believe that fucking worked.
Down. Everybody's mad at us. What the fuck did we do?"
Megan, did you see that shit?
The part where you just left the water for a little bit and decided to escape via land? Yes, that's why I did a stone cold silence there for a second. That's what that pause was. I was just like,
I didn't think that would work, but
it did work. Shockingly, the amphibious reptile could not follow you onto land.
I think even the gator was just all like, "What the fuck?"
The gator is like, "I have been alive for 1,000 years. I have never seen that shit before. What the fuck?" But yeah, so the Kotor remake, I think, was always in kind of a weird spot, because, like, yeah, Kotor is old and you could probably stand to remake it. I'd be very interested to see kind of what they do with that, right? Like, because it wasn't going to be done by BioWare. It was going to be done by a separate studio. So, like, would they be beholden to BioWare's classic RPG style stuff? Obviously, you know, the original Kotor, like, mechanics-wise, was a lot like games like, Baldur's Gate and lots of other, D&D type games where the rules were very heavily influenced by the Star Wars RPG at the time, which was a D20 hack of D&D. So
I remember that.
As much as I would love for Fantasy Flight Games to get the rep, and to be fair, I think they are with that 40K Rogue Trader game that's coming out by the guys who did the Pathfinder RPG. That was
now that I know I can do that, I'm just going to do that a lot more.
Of course, yeah.
Was the Rodan of the
you gotta do some great stuff.
But Beauregard was functionally illiterate and had no idea who Rodan
so,
was.
Like, does eating a signpost get you, like, a little lore bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, they're landmarks.
Okay, yeah. So you're doing the usual open world Ubisoft type stuff.
Yeah, where you basically go around and you investigate and you find neat little things. Like these little containers of resources are also tracked. So.
A shark is never one to pass
yeah. So there's some completionism stuff if you want.
Mm-hmm.
That's what goes.
Haha. I have already evolved.
You're eating processed foods and you're running overland. Truly, we are doomed. A new apex predator is born.
The bull shark is known to be
but yeah, like I said, I was not necessarily like enthused when they announced the Kotor remake. I was definitely like curious though. So I'm not necessarily happy to see them go like, yeah, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. We don't have any guys on this. But on the other hand, I do think that, like, realizing you don't know what the fuck you're doing and delaying your project is better than, fuck it, we'll put it out, you know?
Are there skeletons?
Hold on, I'm waiting for the zoom. There's gonna be some funny skeletons.
Man. I'm just laughing at this fucking...
Yep.
So what I'm guessing has happened... Oop, wait. Is whoever had this shotgun had put it over his shoulder, killed whoever's behind them, and they took the fucking, the riverboat just off course, and everyone died. God damn.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Let me...
The good old little humors.
Yeah, I'm just looking for fucking caches and things so I can get points so I can upgrade things.
As you do.
Mm-hmm. I like upgrades. Actually, I should mark it so I don't lose it. There we go. Where are you? Oh, you're over here. Disregard water.
While adorable, these soft stuff mascots don't provide much in the way of nutritional value.
I do think the narration's interesting. Definitely sounds like it's like some sort of nature or no, not nature, reality TV. Actually, I think it is. I think I saw somewhere. I think it is the voice of someone who does reality TV. I should double check that later.
It's definitely a guy who does like actual voice work in the broader zone, so it makes sense.
Let me see here.
All right. So, while Lucky Bee is sharking really quick, it has been about an hour.
Oh, I
over an hour. So I think I'm going to take an opportunity to get up for a second. I'll pause the audio recording.
Where's my mic?
Lucky will continue to shark.
I am.
As usual, I recommend, occasionally taking a break, getting up and walking around like I'm about to, and I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm smoozing and a grooving. Looking for treasure. That's a lot of groupers over there. It's not what I'm looking for, though. Okay, I've seen these floating things around. I've just been like, how do I get those, actually? Do I have to, like, jump for him? Yeah, I'm not gonna get up anyway up high enough to get those. Maybe it's something I have to do when I'm bigger. That's what I'm gonna assume. But we also got something over here. Is it over here? Oh, maybe it's in the grate. Okay, okay. Well, whatever. Moving on. Oh, tails. Oh, well, I don't think I can tails. I don't. Well, actually, let me see if I can do the grab and tail slap thing. I don't know if I can actually do that right now. Because I just learned the regular tail slap. Let's see, can I grab anything? I think I can grab a turtle. Let's see about that. Wait. Oh, I can't. Ah! You motherfucker! See, he has a fucking friend. Where's my fishy friend? Shit, 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 shit! Quick! Oh shit, I went the wrong way. Actually, I'm gonna go back to the grotto. How do I get back there? Oh, I can't fast travel while oh, I can fast travel. Shit!
I return.
I had to flee another shark.
And now my headphones are cold because I'm a little sweaty. And I took them off to step away. But I'm back. Hello. It is Chris Parnell. Comedian, by the way. But also has a very iconic voice.
Remember, if you find yourself hard aground, the best thing to do is stay with your canoe and die the death of an honorable seaman.
Classic game. But alright. I'm back, y'all. We're going. We're doing stuff. Lucky's still a shark. I have another interesting story I have stumbled upon.
Scavenger is often quite content
in my notes.
to dine on
what you got?
Wastes fall to the ocean floor.
Listen, Lucky's very boring. I don't do much more than, you know, go to work and come home and play video games.
All right. Well, and you're playing a new you're doing playing the video game part right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to distract. I think that's been fairly entertaining enough. But you know, I'm on the Twitter sometime, so I got an interesting one that I believe is still ongoing. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but as far as I can tell, and I picked this up because a decent number of artists that I follow on Twitter are Indonesian, but apparently Indonesia has banned a lot of websites and web services, including PayPal, Steam, Epic Store, etc.
Things that, like, give monetary transactions and stuff?
Yes. The general vibe that I've heard, by the way, you know, allegedly, I'm not on the ground. And while, like I said, I've seen a decent number of people bitching about this. Sometimes they are bitching in a language I do not speak, presumably Indonesian. But the general vibe I got is that Indonesia's government is apparently trying to pull a baby China. And basically, they want otherwise unprecedented access to consumer data.
Oh.
Like, they want to know, you know, where people are, what they're doing when they're buying stuff.
Mm-hmm.
and they want to be able to hold marketplaces and platforms legally responsible for stuff that people are doing on their platforms. Always a great sign when you want to control stuff like that. There may also be an undercut of the good old-fashioned government greed, because apparently some of this involves government licensing fees, which are kind of expensive.
God damn it.
But yeah, so naturally, a lot of these companies are like, nah. And so they did just in the small hours last night, which would have been in the middle of the day over there in that time zone, they just started turning stuff off. So a great many people have been agitated by this and talk about some stuff. And like I said, I was just like, huh, it's interesting. You know, I follow a decent number of art and artist people out there, so it is kind of interesting to see, like, some of them I knew because they would post about non-art stuff, but sometimes out of the blue it's just like, yeah, so my country has nuked PayPal, cool. It's like, wow, damn.
Oh, shit.
I hope they sort that out or something. Yeah, it's always a weird one. What's up?
Sorry, I keep getting my ass kicked by gators.
Yeah, I'm starting to, there seems to be, because a couple of other people have noticed talking about how you might need to be an adult, there seems to be like a little bit of a progression hump right now.
Well, they want me to move on to the next area, but I'm like, I don't want to move on to the next area. There's things to find. I like finding things. And then they're like, okay then, but gator. I'm like, shit.
Ah, the classic meat wall technique.
Woo!
You can explore, but you might get horribly murdered. Come out of water. Oh yeah, though, somebody used an emoji. That reminds me. Actually, what the fuck did I call it? Yes, that's right. I did add a new one to the list.
Oh shit! I missed it.
How the fuck? Come on, game. You got to do better hitboxes than that. He was right there. But yes, Lucky delivered me a large transparency for floor. And so floor is now added to the emote list. Among several others. I decided to go with the smaller version, because I know you said you like that one more. And also, I kind of agree that in a vacuum, the full size is kind of like... It's going to be very funny that I say this for people who already know, but I'm going to say is spatially weird.
Yeah.
Because, you know, being vaguely amorphous, you know, we don't really know, you know, if Tirabits have limbs or spines. They just have faces and ears. And stuff like that. It's hard to tell, like, is he, like, leaning back? Is he laying down? It gets a little weird in transparency.
Yes.
But when you've posted that one and you know, kind of and people were talking about how it's just kind of floating in space, I was like, so obviously I need to put this in space. So I threw up an image which I did retweet, which was just the Tirabit in the cosmic void, which does work. You know, with the background, I think it works. And then, of course, because this was all happening in the patron chat for Let's Talk FGO last night. Of course, somebody in our community had to take it to that next step. And it took, you know, the infinite comma space CG and just put the floor Tirabit just gently drifting through.
Oh, it got me!
There are 70-year-olds who survive gator attacks with nothing but a golf club.
Rip to the good one.
Oh. This man is fucking added me. Fuck.
But yeah, so somebody did a GIF version where it just drifts across the comma space.
It's great. I love it.
And it's pretty brilliant. We should absolutely see if we can work that in as like a loading screen or other element for something sometime.
I mean, I wouldn't want to do it with the comma background because that's, you know, the regularly using FGO assets. If they had done it with like the space background you have, I totally would just have put it as a loading screen.
Yeah, maybe we can work on that. I posted my wallpaper version of normal for people who just want it out there. I have definitely saved the GIF for later for when it's relevant. But pretty crazy and fun.
A single thought drives the bull shark behavior. I can eat.
All right. And yes, by the way, we did get kind of scooped by FGO. They did do a staff talk.
Yeah, again, I was slightly bamboozled by that. I didn't think we'd be getting like all the news out until the big stream, but no, they're like surprise. Which...
I mean, I know they sometimes show images, but they're not always like we've gotten from like festivals, in-person festivals before, like spoilers on some summer stuff, but that was usually like things that were displayed at like non-streamed panels.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of like, they might do something for when somebody brought up that staff talk was like, I'm like, okay, there might be real news, there might not be real news. It kind of depends. They did show a lot of like concept art and talk about like merch and other stuff, soundtrack releases. I think the main thing about why this one ended up the way it did was probably because they started with a bit of arcade news. Regular Merlin is coming to arcade, which I got to admit that made me a little sussy.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like they primed the pump a little bit. And then they showed what the costumes will be. Shout out to my boy, the doctor. Getting a costume. That's great.
Wrong, that's Sakura jacket.
And the Doman one is just, I'm like, yeah, I expected that. But I want to say the interesting thing was then they were like, oh yeah, and we got some summer images with quote unquote Lady Avalon and also Summer Gareth. And I'm just like, all right, well, fuck me, I guess. Thanks, guys. But we don't have any of the further details. It was just one single animation, which people have done like a side-by-side, and it's basically just Proto Merlin's animation in arcade, but, she's wearing a summer sundress now. They did say it'll be mid-August, and they will have a stream, so they're keeping it tight. I don't know if we'll see more on the main panel, which will be in the small hours tonight, I think.
I thought it was...
Yeah, it's gonna be like it should be like just as it rolls over to the new day for you. It will just barely be Sunday in Pacific time. But that's like the middle of night.
Probably watch it then.
Yeah, I haven't been really. People were jamming out.
The what?
Yeah, some people have been jamming out. Yeah, I noticed you watched this sometime today. The some of the videos people took for Summer Proto.
Well, again, it was like one of those things like. I felt slightly embarrassed because I've been getting into the habit of just going to bed earlier. Like I look at myself, I'm like, there's no reason for me really to need to go to bed at like super late, like 2-3 in the morning when I'm just gonna have to switch back to my go to bed at 11 anyway. So fuck it, I'll just keep to that schedule and just
At the entrance of the shark's nostrils, allow her to identify elusive odors.
So I'll just go back to I'll just do that oops. Hang on, I'm trying to get back into the wall. Okay. So I'll just stick to it. So I crashed before the stream actually fully got underway. And I just missed everything. So I got up. Because early to bed, early to rise.
Yeah.
I got up super early, and I'm just like, I see people talking about it, and I'm just like, yes, I see. I have missed the thing.
Yeah.
I am slightly embarrassed. But it was quick enough to get caught up because literally, they showed off. They did show off a bunch of merch and
Yeah, it's the as usual. The staff talk is kind of hit and miss. They saved a little something spicy for the end.
Yeah.
With hey, we are doing summer. It'll be in the middle of next month, and we've got a stream planned. Anyway, we'll see you later. Bye.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I'm actually wondering if they're using Lady Avalon as that true name reveal system again.
Yeah, we'll see if or if they're just using it as a cover up because they've done that before. Remember when Sei was Kirakita Archer?
Mm-hmm.
Because they'll sometimes hide stuff from us. But yeah, we'll see the main big boy panel tonight, and there'll be some other panels around it. But yeah, we got a little scooped on the video, but again, like I said, with staff talk, it is hard to tell. It could have just been Merchant Arcade news.
Ooh, is it the last landmark? Yes,
Swag.
I think it is. I was looking around for it because I had one more, and I was trying to find that one place where I hadn't been, really, so I was like, oh shit, I lost it. Wait, no, there it is. Oh, it's on the fucking... Can I get up there?
Also, hold on a second. Are you in some kind of, like, abandoned, you know, gator watching park?
Yeah. Closed due to gator outbreaks.
Yeah, naturally. Again, I lived in Florida a long time. Those are real. I've taken some people there as tourists. Because, you know, if you come all the way down here, you might want to see a gator.
Oh, wait, maybe that's the way to do it. Hang on.
You got some ups there? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. Hang on.
Just keep bonking your poor face into the side of the thing.
It builds character.
Trial and error. By the way, I do believe that is a myth. That specifically punching a shark in the nose does not necessarily discourage it. Any more so than any creature being punched in the nose will be discouraged.
No, if I remember correctly, they say go for the eyes and the gills.
Yes, the gills is definitely like, that will be something, because those are, you know, sensitive and delicate and important to live. It's like being punched in the throat.
Did I just double jump?
Make a shark reconsider its day.
I'm sorry, I thought I just double jumped there for a second.
You kind of double jumped. You, like, flopped midair. I don't know if you got extra air, but you definitely got a little extra hang time.
Oh, yeah, I hate my life.
In spite of their reputations as wrestlers, alligators haven't mastered the nuances of scientific holds like the figure 4.
Alrighty. Okay, so I did get a new thing for that. Okay, what's this then?
All you need to be in life is perseverance. Sharky.
Bonk. Oh, I think I can actually do some upgrades. I'll do that in a minute.
Nice.
But, But yeah, so we'll keep you. You'll hear all about our FGO ups and downs next week for sure.
Yeah, and like I said, I feel okay with doing that because, like, yes, there's a big breakout, you know, news obviously about, oh my god, but it's other than the names in the video, there's no news, right? Like, it's just, hey, we showed you this thing, and we're like, okay, cool, and then like mic drop. Like, I think we got as much engagement out of it just by posting on social media and stuff.
Oh, now there are actual barracudas. Oh, bear. Yeah, no, that's in my head too.
Takes quick evasive action.
But I wanted to throw in, you know, just a little funny facto. That, and it might just be because the post I made about the summer where I said, wait, that's illegal, that was on my account, and then the post about Summer Dudes was on the studio account. Mm-hmm. But the Dudes post got way more engagement. Like, we've gotten like extra comments and hearts about you know, Summer, Asclepius Yan King, and Doman than just my post about the Merlin and Gareth, and just being like, hold on a minute, are you allowed to do that? And I mean, it certainly is weird. We do, talking about being slightly embarrassed, we do talk at length about how the developers have said they don't really like to do ults until a character has been out for a year in the game. And then it's like, well, yeah, Proto Merlin is that old in arcade, but not in core. It's gonna be weird.
It's definitely a weird mood. I'm almost willing to bet that it's literally Proto Merlin coming over here for vacation or something.
Yeah, I've heard that theory from I think a couple different people in our Discord as well. It sounds about right. There is also a lot of people are like, so we're getting, they're getting King Hassan and Merlin over there in arcade, in addition to their regular units like Noah recently debuted for arcade. I don't think we did actually talk about that on this week's show. Mostly because we just shake our fist at arcade. What can you do? Plot stuff happened. But, like, so a lot of people are like, main story characters from regular are showing up in arcade. What does this mean for us? And then they bust out, Lady Avalon, and we're just like, I have no idea what the fuck is happening anymore.
Just give me Tiamat, everyone, please. Just give. That's all I need.
I feel like that or Queen Draco got a lot more likely.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think with them showing Lady Avalon, like, on my possibility factor, that one went way the fuck up. I won't say it's guaranteed because these people are mysteries to me. I don't understand how they operate. Like, people literally out here like, oh, the 4-star CE thing has never been broken, and I'm just like, I don't think that's literally true. Talking about Summers, by the way. And also, by the way, actually, this is a good question. Is Summer Gareth our first upgrade of a bronze to a gold for Summer?
Bronze to a gold for Summer? No, Corday.
Right, yes. Summer Corday. That's right. That hasn't happened for us yet, so I forgot about it. But yes, that was last year. Okay, well, let's set a precedent then, I guess.
I'm mentally going through our list here.
Yeah.
Kia was our first silver to gold, I think, for Summer.
Yes. And that was, the first batch, so that's been a long time precedent.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we didn't really have a lot of bronze ladies.
No, we really don't.
But hey, it's Gareth. And I mean, honestly, that's something we all should have seen coming. Gareth was introduced in a summer event, not in her swimsuit, so I think the terrible shame is that despite this, we still no sign of summer Knights of the Round costumes.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we might, they've shown off the costumes. There's nothing to say those are going to be the only costumes.
True, I don't think they said that for sure. And to be fair, we don't even know if this is a complete banner. Like, I don't think they said for sure whether Gareth, I kind of hope she's not, because I want to see what the artist comes up with for different swimsuits. But she could be the welfare for all we know, right? Because she's got kind of lifeguard vibes. And we don't really know anything about the banner. They only showed 2 servants. Usually there are 3 servants on a banner, so if there's only 2, that would be slimming things down a little bit, which would be unusual, right? So there's still some mystery. There's some stuff. And like I said, this is why I'm comfortable with, also because the news will happen at, 3:30 in the morning for me tonight, or technically tomorrow morning. So, yeah. But I'm comfortable, waiting a week for all the news stuff because we can obviously yell about anything, breaking on our Discord, a little on WhatsApp, obviously, or the Monday stream maybe. But we won't know all the hard and fast details right away because of just the general language gap and stuff not dropping. So waiting a weekish can make sure, we'll actually get, hard and fast numbers on new servants that drop. If they announce rank ups, which I desperately hope they do, we'll actually be able to talk about more than 2 of them. Shit like that. So it could be some cool stuff. I do believe some people have already been selecting some CEs with their first ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. So we'll keep you apprised on that news. Follow us on Twitter. The links are in the description, I'm pretty sure. Let me check the description really quick. I'm pretty sure they're there. Yeah, they're there.
Actually, can I go back at the Crawfish Bay? I should go out and see if I can go back to Crawfish Bay. I'm curious. I think that's where I started.
Yeah, that's where you started as Mama Shark for sure. I'm pretty sure you can get back there. Looks like there's water levels that connect.
I think I'll attempt it. Oh, do we actually have a day-night cycle? Neat.
Oh, cool.
Okay, this game has a lot
in this little weird. There's a lot of detail in it. Yeah.
Yeah, we got that orange glow going. Neat. I'm probably gonna be putting quite a few hours in this game, even when we stop playing. Like I said,
yeah.
I've been in this weird, I don't know what I want to fucking play kind of mood for a little bit.
Yeah, I had that feeling just before I got below 0 because I'm still working on 3 hopes, but I like the camp upgrades. I also don't like the camp upgrades because I feel obligated to like grind for upgrades to get upgrades because I feel like I'm missing shit if I just blast through the story. It's weird.
I'm saying that. Well, I'm running into my own problem with my Switch. I finally got to the point where my Joy-Con controllers have
you're having the drift.
Yeah, I'm having the drift. Oh, okay. No,
Which, by the way, I have my PlayStation 5 controller has actually still been a little feisty with me. It's mostly just while I play Alien. I'm not sure what's up with that.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about
it gets a little fidgety. I don't know why.
All right, I have to be Elder to go back out there. Okay.
Okay, so there's a great blocking you. All right.
But yeah, so like specifically it drifts to the right and occasionally up. So and if I'm in the middle of playing, like I'm actually in the field, it doesn't bug me so bad because, you know, I'm constantly running and moving and hitting things.
Yeah.
But when I try to do some, like, fine detail work, like send, like, Hubert out to go, like, take a point, all of a sudden my pointer is just going across the screen. I'm just like,
Yeah, it's a little irritating.
So I got to go pick up probably a new controller. Probably. I don't know if I can get it. I don't know if you can. I probably could get it fixed, but I feel like that'd just be way more.
Yeah, I mean, I know that because Nintendo knew that the Joy-Con drift was real, there is like a warranty program, but you have to send your controllers in.
Yeah, no, I ain't gonna
and get them repaired, which is like a whole process.
I ain't gonna do that. I'll just buy it, and these will be my shitty backup ones.
Yeah, that's yeah, I know that one. Done that with PlayStation controllers. My analog sticks are falling apart. But we'll buy a new controller, and we'll put this one in the back.
Well, let me see. Man, this sonar is huge! I love it.
Yeah, you got some range.
Well, I love it.
Like, obviously, I have other games to play, but watching you play this, I'm like, oh, this seems fun. I could enjoy fucking around in the ocean. In a completely different way than Subnautica.
I think that's the thing that's getting me. It's like...
Apex Predator.
Like, I like this whole thing about, you know, you actually have some moves and you have evolutions and stuff, and you actually have to level up. Like, I know, like...
It's got a progression.
Yeah, progression. That's a good word. I don't think I can
It has, you know, as we would call the gameplay loops, the gameplay treadmills. You know, you have stuff to do, and it's not quite the same every time, because, like, obviously, as it is now, it seems like some of the mechanics are pretty straightforward, but obviously you have goals you can work towards, so you know you can keep doing new things. And as we've said several times now, there really is a lot of detail work done in this. Like, this area at night is like completely different. You got that moon hanging out and some different lights going on.
Yeah, check out this fucking... Ah! Sorry, someone attacked me. Hoomst! Again, it's you, motherfucker. The problem I'm having right now is that every time I get attacked, it's always one of these fish and a gator. So I have two problems to worry about at once, and I can't just focus on one. But now I'm strong, so fuck you. So now I'm gonna eat this gator ass. Ah, gator's eating my ass! No!
Not to put too fine a point on it, but some people have been following this, but will you be ordering your Joy-Cons from the Nintendo directly?
Oh, hell
or perhaps from a third-party seller?
I'll get them from fucking Amazon.
Yeah.
I am... Like, I was stressed before, but now I'm just mad.
Yeah, I understand.
Like, so, as everyone should know, Xenoblade Chronicle 3 should be coming out for everyone. Everyone should be getting their fucking copies. I have been stressing over the fact that my order, for the longest time, has, like, for over a month now, has been processing. Money's already been taken, processing. And I am a person who has a really funky first name and has been lost in administration several times, so I'm always a little leery about shit, like with addresses and stuff. Just in case something goes wrong, because I have had that happen several times. Matter of fact, I think there's a hospital bill that is supposed to be sent to me that I think got lost somewhere because of this kind of shit. But on a lark today, I went to Nintendo.com. I was like, all right, it just still says processing. Nothing I do about that. But let me go hit the UPS tracking number that they, you know, were so kind to give me. And I go out and check it, and it says like, oh, it's out for delivery. I was like, oh, what, really? I check my email. I get an email from Nintendo. It's like, yeah, it's out for delivery. Cool. I check it a couple hours later, and I'm saying, I'm sorry, there's a delay. We'll let you update it. I'm like, you motherfucker said it was out. Did someone just fucking hijack my fucking game? Like, what happened here?
We put it on the truck, and then we're like, wait a minute, we can't put this out yet. Take it off the truck.
So I'm a little.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I would definitely be a little bit annoyed. I mean, I think this means that we can be confident that your game ship is real.
Yeah,
because somebody in the computer is like, oh yeah, we like actually have this, and we can send it to your address. But boy, howdy, that's very funny for them to go just like, oh yeah, it's out for delivery. No, it's not. Like, I have had Amazon deliveries projected to arrive a day, and then just they don't, because like the whole day has gone by. Like Amazon's like, your order will arrive by 8 p.m. tonight, and it's like it's 8:30, and I'm like, no, it's fucking not. Nobody's coming out here that late, right? But definitely, I have had those moments where, like, in that case, I assume that perhaps it made it on a truck, but the day went far enough by that they realized they weren't going to actually get it out of there that day.
Maybe. Huh.
But that doesn't sound like what happened with you, because it happened in the middle of the goddamn day.
Yeah. I genuinely and honestly don't know what the hell's happening, but...
Yeah.
I'm going to investigate this grate, though. That's a bunch of groupers. This is some Subnautica shit right here. Like this giant underground complex. Just filled with fish. And a chest.
Yeah, and weird glowing stuff for no reason.
Bioluminescent flora.
Yeah, which is possible, but isn't very common, I think, in this area of the oceans. But in Subnautica, like, that's a whole thing about their ecology, is everybody's bioluminescent.
I think honestly, it's probably for lighting. They don't want to just have you in the middle of the fucking dark here, but they don't want to put, like, anything weird.
True, and if they wanted to actually do, like, a night vision or, like, you know, whatchamacallit, like, do your sonar all the time. Like, Stray kind of had that for as well, you know, not to keep hammering on cat game and shark game, but, like, Stray give you a flashlight even though a cat should be able to see in the dark, because I presume doing a, like, low light filter pass would have been more complex than the game needed it to be, considering you're not usually in darkness, right? And it was just easier to give the player a flashlight even though a cat would be able to see.
I don't know if I have to be big for that one, or if I just have to, like, get onto the fucking roller coaster somewhere and just wiggle my way over.
Yeah, you might just have to ride the roller coaster. Like, I don't know how high you get with your jumps when you get big.
I don't know.
Like, for the grates, at least, they explicitly say, hey, you must be this large. But for other stuff,
It's so silly every time I do that.
Yeah.
Where is this? So I'm looking for this undiscovered point here.
Yeah.
Because even if I can't get to it, I would like to know where it is at least. Uh-oh. Shit. Shit. Okay, I made it. I don't know what will happen when I run out of or water. That's a weird...
air. It's just your gills are designed to pull air, oxygen from water. Science, bitches.
Bleh. I feel so floppy when I'm on land. It was like, bleh. I don't think I can actually see it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I can. It's down there. Okay. I just can't reach it because of the fucking... I think I need to go through the grate, but that's an adult grate. Okay.
Alright, yeah, so there's some stuff there.
Alright, so... I could go fight the gators, but they're level 15 fucking gators. That's a lot of gator.
That is a lot of gator.
I'm a level 6 gator. I mean, I'm not a gator, I'm a shark. I spent too much time in the bayou. I'm going gator. I need to get out of here.
You gotta get out of the bayou.
This is truly what they mean when you don't leave the bayou, because the bayou goes with you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll move on then. See what other locales we have to work with. But well, what we were talking before I got bamboozled by my new Gator life.
Oh, we were just talking about, games and stuff and random things.
Oh. Yeah.
Like, I'm sure at some point we'll want to talk about Jinsekai, so I can transition to that. But while I have been working on that, I have been, and other writing stuff, I have been listening to a lot of different muzak. This brought to you by a eclectic mix of soundtracks. Obviously, some Final Fantasy Tactics Advance and 12 stuff is pretty big for me, but also been listening to some Skyrim ambiance. Very classy.
Skyrim ambiance.
Yeah, Skyrim's got a lot of great atmospheric music. But also the Surviving Mars soundtrack is great, and it's definitely got me thinking, man, I want to play that at some time when I've got some free time. Go back to my old 4X games. And I definitely think that may have tickled some of them YouTube algorithms.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been seeing some interesting videos around. Did actually sub to Mandalore Gaming because apparently he is doing a whole series of the Bungie deep dive.
Oh, okay.
This is the same guy who brought you that Pathways into Darkness video I talked about, I think, a couple of weeks ago at this point, where I was just I saw that randomly recommended, and I was just like, oh my god, Pathways into Darkness. Well, he's also done a Marathon and a Marathon 2 review now, actually breaking down, story, gameplay, and then also just how fucking wild Marathon is. And he's even gotten to the weird one. Infinity is definitely the weird one. But been following those, and he's got some older reviews about various games, some of which are more funny than others and kind of stuff like that. So I've been I decided to sub. It seems like he's putting out videos at a relatively slow pace, so it's not like he's going to blow up my feed or anything. So just, catching stuff in the recommendations. That's nice to see some old games
Oh, there,
back
it's up
there.
there. Okay.
Makes me feel like I need to download Aleph 1 and actually play Marathon 2. I've only ever played Marathon, the original one, and I was terrible at it. And it might have... No, I think I had access to the full game at some point in my life. But Marathon 2 is a lot more... it's a lot less confusing and bamboozling, which was my problem with the original Marathon as a child. Also, it has... and it's a terrible shame that I've never actually played it. It has one of the raddest video game FPS shotguns of all time.
Really?
I'm sure many of you are attached to shotguns in the original Doom, but... I'm sure when he gets into Infinity, because Infinity is really weird, he's gonna go on the deep dive thing. But no. So Marathon 2 shotgun is phenomenal. Y'all, chat, picture this. So get your double-barreled FPS shotgun, but your reload animation is its lever action, so you twirl it like it's Terminator 2.
That's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
And you can double fist them. So you can get 2 double-barreled lever-action reloading shotguns.
Oh shit, I messed up.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. You can see it in action in the Marathon 2 review video, so, I'm like, damn, I should play some Marathon. There's a lot of old, fun games out there. But also, I've just been... Speaking of older games I played, I was just randomly... I don't know if, Google, sniped my desire to watch a game on this or what, but I saw a video from... Let me actually track down the channel just to, be polite to fellow YouTubers. Because I've watched a few of this guy's videos. Yes, it is Ambiguous Amphibian. But the video I originally watched was for Zoo Tycoon Complete. It's a game that is pretty old. The collection was in 03, so it's about 20 years ago now. I think I played it a couple years after that, but I did buy the Complete collection. So this is a game I played as a kid. And I kind of enjoyed it. It's pretty fun, the original Zoo Tycoon Complete, because the Complete version was with all the DLC, so that had the Water Show one and the Dinosaur one, plus the regular animals. So that was pretty fun, but that was just kind of a weird nostalgic trip to hear this guy talk about, a relatively modern video about, this weird game where you have to, keep your guests happy, and it's from the, early 2000s, so guest AI is stupid. They will go from, this park is really boring, there's nothing to do, to, that warthog looks happy. classic guests in your theme park simulator stuff, but it was pretty funny. But he's got a lot of videos about these sorts of simulation-y type games. Some of the interesting ones I've watched that are relatively recent, like they're all within the past month, are the weird old Sims spin-offs. I don't know if some of you are not old enough to remember these or do remember
I
them,
do. I remember Sim Ant, Sim Tower, Sim Car.
No. Those are older. Those are the Maxis Sim games. I'm talking about the Sims spin-offs.
Oh, The Sims.
So, like, The Sims, yeah. Like, The Sims Busting Out for the Game Boy Advanced. Or Herb's Sims in the City for consoles.
I remember that one.
Yeah, no. So there's some weird shit there. But I just saw some of these recommended, so I've been watching some of these older stuff. He also does some, like, weird challengey stuff in, like, Sims starting with a single square or something. That kind of stuff I'm not interested in. But like I said, some of these, like, old simulator and 4X-y type games is just like, these are neat. I remember I played a lot. I've always played a lot of those kinds of games. Because it's funny you mentioned those. I also play the shit out of games like Sim Ant, Sim Tower. God, I love Sim Tower. That game's great. There's a spiritual successor on Steam that I played the shit out of not too long ago. Where the flip is that? It's gonna be on my desktop. Hold on. Omega is skimming through his desktop shortcuts, of which there are quite a few.
Okay, so I think the gate opens on the other fucking side, I think.
Project High Rise, there it is. Yeah. So that's basically like a spiritual successor to Sim Tower. It's a very fun game that I bought on Steam on sale and played the shitload of it. So yes, I'm glad that YouTube's recommendations occasionally find me new videos and do not always just send me in a loop. Sometimes it will get like that. If I binge like a couple of videos back to back, YouTube just recommendations just gonna loop where it's like, hey, do you want to watch these like 10 videos you've already watched recently? And I'm like, no, YouTube, like wait at least a couple of weeks, okay?
Oh wait, you're right. I am going to the wrong area. I need to go to this area. Whoops.
Yes, maps. We're figuring out. You need to go to, what is that called? Dead Horse Lake? Okay.
Listen, I'm a shark. I don't read. I don't even know where I got this map in the first place.
The old man of the sea gave you it. He is pleased with your offerings of fish blood.
I mean, I gave him human blood. I don't know why, but some humans in a boat just spawned, like, on the opposite side of the gate, and I'm just like, you're probably not supposed to be here, so I ate them. And then they were no longer here, and the balance was preserved.
Yeah.
In the 1920s, you could buy turtle soup in a can. Of course, back then, there was a high chance you'd die of tuberculosis, so there are trade-offs.
But yeah, I'm always on a... That's, I think, what contributes a lot to that, whatchamacallit, that, you know, not knowing what to play type feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Is definitely that moment of, like, always being on the razor's edge of, like, oh, yeah, this game. Oh, yeah, that game. Like, I got a lot of stuff installed on my PC, and I probably will want to actually bust out some of it. I think before I go back to Surviving Mars, I probably do want to pick up some of the extra DLC I never got around to while it was on sale. Like the Space Animal themed DLC. I can get Mars Dogs.
Mars Dogs!
Sends dogs to Mars.
This is most definitely an unnatural shark.
Yes. I don't think we've gotten into the really unnatural shit you can do in this game, but yes, this is absolutely a Saturday night Sci-Fi Channel original movie shark. Like, that is the vibes this game gives me. Like, you're weirdly colored, you have strange powers, you can go on land if you feel like it, but only for a little bit, you know, just enough to be dramatic. Like, that's kind of the energy I get from this game. Which is, I'm perfectly okay with.
Oh, I'm digging it.
And you got a lot of grates you can break. Fuck you, Chain Link, you can't hold me. No, Axe is clearly too young to understand how the Sci-Fi Channel worked.
Sci-Fi Channel original movie.
Yeah, there were a lot of those. I distinctly remember one I did watch as a kid, which was Man Shark. I don't think that's what it was called, but that was the theme. Was we had some marine biologists, and one of them like died or something, and then the scientists were like, "We use genetic engineering to like turn him into half man, half shark." Anyway, sucks for you. Sorry that he was your boyfriend, you know, marine biologist lady. Trying to get Ed. Anyway, goodbye. Like, there's a lot of cheesy B-movie action here. Like, I mean, obviously there's a lot of bullshit sci-fi. I mean, they are maybe direct... Sharktopus. Yes, thank you. Of course, I have summoned Dallas by speaking about B-monster movies. Woo! I'm eating the gator. Hold on, wait a minute. Are you in some kind of water processing tunnel?
I'm not sure, but it definitely looks like some sewer works.
So there's a gator in the sewer?
Yes. I'm about to kill it, so clearly I'm doing a public service, and I deserve a fucking medal. Ah!
I'm not convinced you're not going to be able to get a medal or something. You were
I'm
already.
By the way, I have
red
eaten
and
all the
black
arms and
shark.
legs off this fucking alligator.
And he's still fighting. God damn. He's still coming at you. This game is great. Oh, you gotta love when the developers got an extra edge. Well, yeah, you would store the medal in your stomach, obviously, along with your suit of armor, for you are a noble and knighted shark.
Yes.
But yeah, sharks were a big source of movies like this.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about
another big one.
I'm thinking about Sir Porker now. I got stuff to talk about when we get to Gensikai.
We've been going for like 2 hours. We can talk about Gensikai. I was just going to casually mention some videos I've been watching.
Keep going.
I know, I'm out of most of them, I think.
Okay.
So we can transition.
Where the fuck am I? Underground, I know. Oh, there's
You're
more
in the
stuff.
sewers. You're in the shark sewers.
It's like, this is my place now. It's...
Yeah, that was the Black Knight of Gators. Well, go, draw. What are you talking about? You've got no arms left.
Oh, wait, wasn't this the place I came for before?
Except he did actually bite you.
Yes.
Quite a strange conglomeration of stuff.
Right, you can be an armored shark. I knew you could. There are actually some armored sharks. I don't think they're very large, but... Here, it's just listing names of Sharknado movies. There's also... not to say that this is relegated to TV and movies, but there are also like terrible schlocky shark-based books as well. I think that's The Meg is that famous series about megalodons that's horrifically inaccurate and stupid. Like, it involves a pitch dark subterranean ocean under the middle of America or something, where there are megalodons or whatever. And plesiosaurs.
That's a jellyfish.
Slight anxiety.
Maybe I'll get electrical powers if I eat it.
Lightning shark.
Listen, adding lightning before anything just makes it twice as cool, in my opinion. Ball. Lightning ball. Literally twice as cool.
Hold on, I'm going to take a second and link Lucky something. But I was reminded, I did remember seeing a Twitter news story recently. Let me actually skim-a-jim it on how accurate it might be.
Where the fuck was I going?
Okay, yeah, it's pretty simple. Basically, the headlines are stupid and grabby like usual, but it is actually kind of interesting. Apparently, they found some freshwater plesiosaur fossils.
Oh, neat.
So, the title of the articles are like, the Loch Ness Monster was plausible. I still don't know if, it would have made sense for there to actually be a Loch Ness Monster, but much like lots of other giant cryptids and weird things, people, finding old bones and being like,
Something happened here.
There's a weird snaky fish guy. Is there a monster in the lake?
In certain animal communities, albinos may be excluded from groupings or rejected.
I'm gonna link something for
Damn
you
it!
to look at later. But yeah, I think we can use that as a jump off to Gensikai finally.
Cool. You have
I have plenty to talk about. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do.
I think we even in the FAF time, I even alleged about how the document was getting super large, and I might need to split it. So I did that today, actually.
Oh, yes, you did.
I did an even split. So there's the Game Master's Scrolls, and then there's the regular document. I may or may not call that Gensakai Core in all capital letters later, if I feel like it. Subterranean piranhas? Interesting. But yeah, I've at the behest of the lads and their intense enthusiasm, I have been slamma-jamming away because we are planning on finally getting to actually playtest Gensakai this Sunday. By the way, if you're wondering where this brawl is, we need a free day. Okay, I don't like the double up video uploads too much.
So that's my bad.
Yeah, but it is up there. Just probably on Sunday when we're not doing anything else. I'll, throw up the audio for patrons and spit out the video, make a new thumbnail, all that stuff. But yeah, so I've been plugging away at playtest. Currently, 2 out of the 3 quest ideas I sketched out are complete, like actually complete. I just have to do the 3rd one. I can probably bang that out either tonight after we're done or tomorrow afternoon. And if it doesn't get complete by the time we actually sit down to play, that's probably okay because I did them in the order that I think you guys would be interested in doing them. So I left the kind of slower, more investigative social one for last because I figured that you guys would be more interested in the normal adventure stuff and we can save the skill challenges and exploring social stuff for later. You guys probably want to kill mobs or explore dungeons. Not that I think this 3rd one won't be interesting. I'm just saying, I'm gonna guess that playtesting wise, it will not be our highest on our list.
Probably not.
Also, Dallas, is that a real name of a movie? The Shark Kansas Women's Prison Massacre? Is that real? Yes.
I believe it.
I do believe it, but I also wanted to hope that it was not real. Oh my god. Christ. But yeah, so we're through 2 out of the 3, so that's all set up. Hopefully you guys will have fun. And, we've got various things with skills and monsters and stuff. Knowledge. My playtest notes are about 15 pages right now, though the first, 3 or 4 of those are just the, background info, because you guys are going to be going to a town and, working out of there for stuff.
Sorry, that surprised me. I was not expecting a breach.
Yeah, water do be like that.
Hi!
God, there's a lot of trash in here. These dirty fucking humans. Throwing their shit in the water.
I really don't understand why. Well, someone drove their fucking car into here somehow. Or dropped it.
Oh my god. Sorry, Dallas just posted the summary of that movie. What the fuck? Oh, I love B-movies. Maybe it was the Mafia hiding that fucking car. The guys in the car have cement shoes.
Probably.
I mean, a lot of horror movies are like that. Check out the original Godzilla. That's absolutely about how nuclear weapons are bad, y'all. And indeed, the Japanese concerns about our above ground atomic testing in the Pacific Ocean, which they were kind of close to, among other things.
Listen, I remember that they used some of their old World War II ships for nuclear testing. That's what happened to the Nagato. Took 2 to sink her, but jeez.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a more metal way to go than just, yeah, we have no need for this boat anymore, so we just scuttle it in the bay. Okay, so we need to get rid of these warships that we're not letting the Japanese have anymore. What do we do? Well, we could test our nuclear weapons as part of our arms race with the Soviets.
What kind of bullshit is this?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see what we're talking about. You appear to have found some fucking shit from, Halo or something in this ocean. Ow, it burns. Why is there like some kind of weird fusion reactor in the water?
If I'm looking at it correctly, I think it actually might be some sort of reactor.
Well, it does glow blue like Cherenkov radiation. This game is so weird. It's got all of them. You found the fucking Cthulhu bearded guy in the last area, and now there's a fucking sunken nuclear reactor you could explore. You're gonna get all the B-movie origins, Lucky. Technically, you already had one when that one guy, like, it's got the animal, the super persistent animal out for revenge backstory as well. When Scaly Pete cut you out of your mother shark and threw you into the bayou. Now you have dark sorcery and nuclear radiation on your side.
Oh god, they will not know what fucking hit them.
Well, I mean, you said the last area was a super fun. Is this whole thing a super fun site? Damn.
No, the last area was, this area ain't a super fun fight. When you got into here, they said it was a super fun site. But I have to ask, what the fuck is a super fun site?
Oh, okay. So if you guys don't know about that, Axe also asked that. Let me see if I can get a good solid. They're called Superfund because they're created under the United States Federal Superfund Law, which is established under the EPA. It's known as the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act of 1980. It's one of the EPA's businesses. And basically, a Superfund site is the idea that when you have an area that is so horrifically polluted that we cannot go there or do anything, the government takes control of the land and starts cleaning it up. They activate remedial action and longer-term stuff. Now, allegedly, the plan is to make the polluters pay out, but that doesn't always work, obviously. But yeah, it's basically a site that is so toxic that the EPA has said, "Okay, you're done. We're taking over this land, and we're gonna like set up long-term containment and cleanup. Get the fuck out." So I guess that's to explain why there's no humans here.
Also, why there's a fucking fusion reaction underground.
Yeah, there's an active nuclear reactor vomiting out cosmic radiation into the void. Which, by the way, there's a reason why we submerge those things in water. They don't really do that. Or possibly a meteor hit it. I don't fucking know.
Something has happened here.
Alien sharks.
All right, I will keep advancing. I will suppress my urge for collectibles and move swiftly on.
But yeah, so in that order, the Gensekai playtest is going. I've got some stuff going on. Hopefully, you
got a lot of stuff going on. You've been knocking out those adversary profiles like several a day, I want to say.
So I did finally start the hump on adversaries as well, NPC profiles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Part of that was just because I always, wanted to do that before I considered everything feature complete. But also, it was definitely an aspect of like, okay, I'm going to design playtest stuff. Some of which, by the way, I have actually like relocated like some as minor fights in the actual like playtest notes I've got. But also, I was just like, all right, I need to wrap my head around designing adversaries and block everything out, right? Like, and start figuring out difficulties. And, I think some of them are fairly evenly out there. Well, I mean, there's... If you would read my documentation rather than just asking me questions, there is a Dragonette stat line that's still in the core book, because I even note adventurers do sometimes keep them as pets. It's still 0, so it works, because most dragons are huge. But what I was saying was that... like I said, I'm fairly certain a decent number of these adversary matches are balanced for the fact that you guys are 5-player characters deep. And you are, I would say, a fairly balanced play group. We've talked about this a little off mic. Obviously, I was very heavily influenced by video game tropes, a lot of like setting and tone stuff. Like I said, I've drawn from like, Konosuba and the like, and a couple of other similar, lighthearted isekai stories. It's actually funny. There's a lot of the origin for Gensekai is in I've mentioned it before, but it's in I believe, unfortunately due to some personal tragedy with the authors, it's like indefinite hiatus. But there's an old webcomic called Earthworld.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Which is you might have even heard it from me. I mentioned it before. It's pretty old. When was the first? Let me see if I can find out when it was first published. Like, I'm not gonna say it is older than. It was canceled in 2019 for personal reasons, but it was started in 2006. So, like, it's not the first in this sort of genre, but, like, it's very early in the isekai tropes, and if you've never read it, it is, like, the classic isekai start. The main setting is a literal, like, turn-based strategy game world.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not necessarily a one-to-one for how Gensekai works, because, like I said, that's as much like classical RPGs as a tactical one, though it does have some like tactical elements, I think. But basically, one of the leaders of a faction buys a magic spell to summon an invincible general from the multiverse, and summons a acerbic, overweight, kind of underemployed guy who's a game master and a tabletop gamer, but has a brilliant strategic mind. So it's like, and he turns out to be a really cool, tough dude in the new universe for brain stuff, right?
All right.
So, like, yes, it is the classic, like, early isekai tropes. Like, definitely, I would say this is more of a zeitgeist thing than an inspired by. Though there were a couple of like classic anime that were already out at that point. Like, obviously, Dot Hack did a lot with the video game is real life. Like, that wasn't quite isekai for the most part, though, if I'm remembering rightly. There were occasionally like ghosts and stuff. Yes, Escaflowne is an actual classic isekai story.
Hang on, I have to double check. When did Those Who Hunt Elves come out? Oh no, that was late 90s. Never mind. I couldn't remember.
And there were certainly a lot of like directly like D&D fantasy inspired style anime back in the day. Record of Lotus War, obviously, and shit like that.
Okay, sorry, I was looking. The manga for it came out in 94, so the original, but the anime was later. Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there obviously there was a lot of like similar ideas, but I personally did not consume a anime that had that premise of just, hey, you're a regular schlub who gets sucked into a new world where you're a cool boy, because we're video game rules. I hadn't personally experienced that directly yet, I don't think. Though, when did the web novel for Sword Art start posting?
That was like 2010-ish.
Okay, so around the same time, yeah, Zeitgeist type stuff. Because I know that Sword Art is older than that. Digimon is not quite the same, because the early... I guess this would have been after Season 4 came out, but like the early Digimon tropes kind of bounded back and forth between this overlap between the digital and the real world. Like, there was a lot of, like, we have stuff to do, but also we gotta, like, go back home and do, like, homework and shit, So, like, it's in there. Yeah, it's true. I feel like the fantasy romance was definitely more of a shoujo style thing.
Oh yeah,
Obviously,
no, because like
robots, but still, like,
yeah, but you also have things like Fushigi Yugi, yes. Mysterious
Dallas
Play.
just mentioned that one.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now.
Inuyasha's also in that. Yeah, you're being a shark right now, but no.
Yes.
Dallas mentioned Escaflowne, Inuyasha, and Fushigi Yugi. Inuyasha, another great one where, like, yeah, this is like, a great classical Japanese like historical fantasy story, but also, boy howdy, there's a lot of romantic drama. That shit went on for a long time.
I wonder if Black Heaven. Yes, no. Sorry, I'm thinking about stuff. Black Heaven, Hard Rock Will Save the Universe was it was one of those interesting ones. Where basically, an average salaryman who used to be in a rock band gets called up into space by an intergalactic empire so he can play rock to power a fucking super weapon, but he always gets sent back down. and he's trying to,
Conventional apprehension methods having failed, authorities
Oh, shit.
sent out a motley collection of untrained, unlicensed individuals.
A human. Oh, they're hunting. They're coming for you. I would also like to say, because those two games were also like seminal for Gensekai and a lot of like how I formatted a lot of like the game balancing type stuff that was originally before I got into the Origins. The original Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on the GBA was 03, and when was A2? A2 was the DS, but that was 07. Okay, yeah. And while I have my own opinions about the first Advance, like I'm not as caught up as some people are about the joke that you are quote unquote the villain in that game, because you're not, guys. The weird demon lady, grimoire lady, is the bad guy. Like, did you forget the part where the fantasy world set up by one of your friends is like an oppressive authoritarian regime run by a literal demon? I know a lot of people get caught up in the like, oh, we've got to go home thing. But I actually really like the original Tactics Advance. I just feel like, again, the general video gaming public, I think both back in the early 2000s and also still today, is not quite ready for the message of, hey, y'all, you got to examine your escapism and like why you want to escape from life and how that's not actually gonna improve your life, okay? Because that's the moral of that story. Like, I love escapism, but also I don't really have any bones about like that's what I'm doing, y'all. Because yeah, it's about the fact that yes, everybody's fantasies come true in this weird world full of adorable Final Fantasy creatures, but also you're dodging all your real life shit. Like yes, girl with white hair whose hair is turned naturally red in the fantasy world. Yes, you're accepted by people, but they would have accepted you even you had white hair because they're Vieira, so they were already white haired. No, and then here and there, yeah. But
oh god, now then here and there hurts too much to think about. Fuck. Oh, that's a rough one. I watched that when I was a kid because it was on the international channel once. Never again.
But yeah, Square Enix, by the way, please, for the love of God, I know you did a remaster for regular Tactics. Give me a remastered collection for Tactics Advance and Tactics Advance 2 on the Switch.
I do believe that there have been rumors in the water that they might be doing a remake of Tactics Ogre.
Yeah, that's in a similar style, but definitely that's more in the original Tactics run. I'm honestly quite surprised they didn't continue Tactics Advance. I mean, I think there was a Japan-only gacha game in like the early 2010s, because there were a lot of phone games out of Square Enix back in the day. But especially considering how hard award-winning MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV is on the Evil East stuff, I'm quite shocked they haven't tried to turn that into more. I don't know, maybe they thought people were fatigued with the Evil East Alliance type shit. I'm not, though. Like, seriously, those games are great. But A2 has another very classic isekai startup, and this game was in 07. Which, again, to explain how that starts, you, the player character, whose name you can pick because it's a Final Fantasy RPG, but whose default name is Luso Clemens, are a ne'er-do-well school child who, being a JRPG, could be anywhere from, like, 10 to 15. I kind of assume he's probably around 12, considering Luso kind of understands he should know what girls are, but doesn't really. Like, there's no, like, romance subplot or anything, so he's not, like, high school age, but he's also, like, you get isekai'd and recruited as a child soldier in a fantasy mercenary company, so I assume he's not that young either. But anyway, he's a ne'er-do-well who slacks off at school, and for detention, you gotta go clean up the library, and he writes his name in a magic book that sucks him into actual Ivalice. Canonically Ivalice, you run into some of the Final Fantasy XII characters in it. You can recruit Vaughn the Sky Pirate. He gets to be a cool boy now. He's got a puffy shirt, just like Balthier. But that's like literally the you got sucked in by magic book, and the book magic when it writes his adventure as he does plot-related quests, which is, again, why I was pretty all right with your suggestion about what turned into the Adventurer's Codex. I was like, yeah, I can jam with this. But basically that, his summer vacation turns into a fantasy adventure in, a Final Fantasy Tactics RPG. Those are like very heavy inspirations. Is that a boat of those guys?
Yeah, no, there's a boat of hunters, but the problem is this is GTA rules. So I just keep killing the hunters. They just keep sending more for me, so I have to hide.
Yeah. It was a little hard to tell from this distance. I was like, is there a fucking torpedo chasing you, or is that a boat full of dudes?
No, it was a skiff.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so good.
Because when I hunt people, apparently people don't like that.
Sounds about right.
I don't know why. I'm clearly doing the environment a fucking favor, as I have literally just left an irradiated Superfund zone. What is your... I'm doing this for Mother Nature.
And also for tasty snacks.
And for snacks. Listen, it's not all altruism, but fuck.
Well, yeah, I know Final Fantasy had a low point in the 13 years, but, 14, and obviously the original release of 14, but we brought it back, and then 15 was generally received positively. A lot of people liked it, even if...
Well, I don't ever want to say it nearly died. I definitely want to say it had a low point.
I mean, there have always been a lot of Final Fantasy haters, and I feel like the 13 and the 1.0 14 era gave them a lot of ammo, because Square Enix kept making the 13 games, and they were all right, but they weren't groundbreakers. Mostly because people were too loudmouth about things that they didn't like about 12 that weren't traditional and shouldn't have been, because 12 was great, as evidenced by the fact that 12 got an HD remaster, and I don't think 13 has. Square Enix will probably eventually do a 13 trilogy on PS5 or something, but I feel like they're not eager for that one.
I don't think they are either.
I have heard that the later 13 games are actually much better gameplay and writing wise, but the first one was a little rough. I never finished that one because I didn't give a shit about half the characters.
Hi, how you doing?
Fucking Snow. Fucking big boot weird motherfucker. The 2000s were wild, guys.
You know what? Fuck you.
I'm waiting for the fuck you. There it is.
I mean, that's a story to go tell someone. It's just, there's a shark. It came up to me. I thought it was going to hit me, but then it said fuck you and slapped me in the tail and swam away. I feel mildly insulted.
Okay. So people are saying they don't like 13-3. Okay. I don't know. Like I said, I never got very deep in the series. I do kind of feel like that had the classic problem of we did too much world building. Oops, what do? Well, we just keep making games. We've got the assets. We just keep making games. Eventually they'll sell. They did not.
That's an albino alligator.
But yeah, there was definitely after 13 and 1.0 14, which is a well-known disaster. The original version before Realm Reborn is well-known having been very bad for 14. But like I said, 15 was pretty well received. Obviously, there's the many jokes about award-winning, multiplayer RPG Final Fantasy 14.
I think
that's its success is a meme now.
I think what it is I think Square Enix literally had to have a come to Jesus moment. Jesus, hey, me.
That's okay. Did you hear what I just said 5 minutes ago? Bad at this.
We are.
We're sharks right now, okay?
It's
sharks don't need grammar. They just
because you might not remember, but this was also during the the Kingdom Hearts 3 development hell.
True, which went on for a while.
And 15, that was its own development hell. Everything from 13 to 15, just in those years, was absolute development hell because they were trying to.
And 15 was originally part of the 13 universe before they went through redevelopment twice and rebranded.
Don't worry, Axe. We'll go back to Gensakai eventually. We're talking about Final Fantasy.
Well, yeah, it was versus 13. Well, I'm talking about the gameplay origins because there is a very strong video game emphasis in where Gensakai came from. If you want to understand my process for a lot of this, it really does come down a lot to the fact that yes, I still own my DS. Yes, I still occasionally play Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2.
Oh, I can. Neat. That seems unnecessary.
Square Enix, give me a third. Give me a third Tactics Advance.
That's seriously fucked up. I can just grab them, drag them underwater, and they'll just fucking drown. That
is a little fucked up, but also makes sense. And I bet that there's going to be divers and stuff who you can't do that way on. But you leveled up.
I did level up. Level 8 shark.
Shark. But yeah, like the Final Fantasy was definitely in a weird spot, and then I think Square Enix has really brought itself back. Like 15 obviously turned out for the better. 14 really turned around. Everybody is, you know, luminously hyped for 16. I wouldn't say everybody. There are definitely some people who are like, man, I miss the old school, you know, turn-based stuff. Though again, you know, Square Enix is also bringing you retro games. They released Live Alive outside of Japan for the first time ever recently, and that appears to have gone very well for people. I don't have the time for a Switch JRPG right now, so I know what I'm about. But you know, it seems to be doing well.
Actually, what? I saw you posted it the other day. What? Hey, which company is doing that mech farming game?
Oh yeah, shit. Who is it?
Who is that?
Unfortunately, our games is blown the fuck out. I think it was. They were being published by Annapurna because they had.
That's right, Annapurna.
Because that's why I saw it, because they had an event and PlayStation dumped a lot of the stuff. But there's like a Western kind of bounty hunting looking mecha game.
Well, it says it also has farming and stuff. So I'm all like, and the base building. So I'm like, I'm about this. Don't you know?
It's like imagine imagine if you had like a Red Dead Redemption type like world feel, like you're just in the woods, or maybe even like a Fallout New Vegas kind of, because it's a little post-apocalyptic. But also you have a giant robot.
Sorry, because I was thinking about. I think one of Square Enix's problem is that they're so big that sometimes they spread themselves out. Like.
Well, and that's why they literally sold off a couple game studios recently, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, no, I was actually reading about that. They actually sold off, what was it, Crystal Dynamics, Eidos, and I think 2 Eidos studios.
Yeah.
Because they felt like they weren't performing and they actually sold for really cheap too, which is the thing that's like slightly upsetting. I think they said they only sold for like $300 million. Which you might think is a lot of money, but there was another acquisition that, you know, cost people like was like $2 billion or something. So
I mean, that's still pretty chump change when it's compared to like the big acquisitions Sony and Microsoft are doing, right?
Yeah. But because
the name was Bounty Star, it's coming in 2023.
But yeah, no, like apparently Square Enix has very high expectations for sales numbers and whatnot.
Yeah. And we've seen that already. Like, they've talked about how this game or that game has underperformed. Like,
Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, the Tomb Raider series, like all that.
I think it's interesting that, like, and I think honestly,
you think the land will save you? The land will not save you.
That like, yeah, Square Enix is like, they're okay with awards. They don't mind those, but they are also like, but sales though. Like, because it is kind of true. Like, if you make a big budget AAA game, it doesn't matter how much the like game awards givers and review outlets like you, if that doesn't translate into sales, right?
Yeah.
So like, while they do have very, very high standards, I also think that like in some ways that's a little more like focused for them to be like, no, dude, we do care. We were really thinking these games would do like a lot of sales. I do think that there are some rumors that there is a new Tomb Raider project in the works now. But yeah, they passed off, I believe, Eidos and Crystal Dynamics to the mega complex that is THQ Nordic.
They might be able to do something.
I'm kind of interested in that because I feel like Eidos or Squeenix wasn't interested in making that third Deus Ex game that they really needed, because Mankind Divided was not a full game.
It really was.
That was absolutely like a half a game storyline. We didn't get to resolve shit. I'm hopeful because I do believe the Deus Ex trademarks were included in that sale. So I'm like, can we get some Deus Ex action back? And not to say that like Squeenix Core hasn't had issues, but like they definitely have had some big ballparks. Like, obviously, I think, you know, there's stuff to be said about the way they handled the lead up to Kingdom Hearts 3 and like the writing of that game, but that was definitely like a big tentpole. Like, holy shit, Kingdom Hearts 3 is actually happening.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't bring it up yet, but obviously I think Final Fantasy VII Remake was a huge shot in the arm for just like classic Final Fantasy like nostalgia, but also telling, because like I said, Final Fantasy has always had haters. Like, it's always been kind of overhyped to some people.
Yeah.
And 7 is definitely part of that. But like actually being like, so there was some fatigue around the compilation and stuff, but actually like Remake is like, no, Final Fantasy 7 is rad, y'all. And then, you know, they've announced that they're remastering Crisis Core and bringing that out of PSP hell, which I have been waiting for literal years. And we have, you know, news on the next remake, 16. Square Enix is doing great. It's very interesting. But I personally, much like how Capcom is, you know, remembering games that I liked as a kid, I would love for Square Enix to remember that Final Fantasy Tactics Advance works. Specifically, I say Tactics Advance because I want you to do, you know, bring me the classic Ivalice races. Or, you know, work in your... So long as the game system is the same and I can still have, like, VRs and Googles and stuff, you can cross-promote 14, whatever. You had shitload of Ivalice stuff in 14 anyway. I've seen the gameplay. I've seen the ease map. But, yeah, so, anyway, we got distracted there, but that was me talking about how a lot of the like, gameplay... you know, RPG style ass design is really centered in that. And because I was talking about challenges you guys are going to do in the playtest, and that the party is fairly balanced. So, Dallas is straight up playing your tank.
Yes.
Like he started with started as a fighter knight, and he multi-classed into magic fencer. So he is straight up your tank. I think he like already has 2 ranks of parry and the challenge ability. And he's got a shitload of soak because constructs get extra soak. So, like, you have a tank. You have a melee tank.
It's very nice. Thank you.
And while you've talked about how for, like, role-playing reasons, and also because I bet you don't have all the strain in the world and stuff, you're not going to be handing out magic heals like candy, but you are a white hat. You are the healer. And, in fact, if you actually look at that class, I have given the white hats like 3 or 4 different ways to heal people.
Oh yeah.
Not just roll heal spells, but also like make medicine checks and etc. So you have a healer. And then you've got a couple of different deeps. While
who murdered and enslaved thousands.
Axe has not been able to fully diversify his skill list and buy a lot of his talents because he multi-classed right away for character reasons. Also, he did at least start by picking Ranger Sniper, so you have the default gear and set up for ranged deeps. And if he goes down the sniper chart, that is absolutely what that does. And with his access to Thief and Rogue, that gives him some skill monkey potential. Let me see the career skills for that. I know he doesn't get the free points, but does Ranger give him access to... Okay, he already had Athletics. The main thing is adding Brawl and Skullduggery, I think. But yeah, there's some possible skill monkey potential. Aaron's character is a wizard black hat, so he's magic deeps. That's what that spec does.
Mm-hmm. Ah, shit.
So that's you know, very obvious there that that's what that one's for. I mean, like, there's some spell utility stuff in there, but I absolutely designed it as... I mean, it's black hat. It's a Black Mage reference. You know what I'm about. And Card's character, Nanashi, is a green hat, which is kind of utility magic. I guess I'd say like Flexcaster, because it's got some of the same kind of stuff that can go for DPS and improve damage as others, but also has interesting support abilities like enhancements for stuff like Augment or other things. So there's some wiggle room in there. If he ends up taking Summoner like he's planning, that will make him much more like like a classic like MMO pets support bot kind of guy, you know. Hey, I have an animal companion. I'm all about supporting him, but also I can support other people. So, you know, we've got a well-rounded party, which will be important because, like,
shit, wrong button.
Definitely, I'm taking to heart the thing about, you know, when you're designing like Nemesis tier enemies, you either need ads or you need to make sure that the boss is capable of taking on all the PCs at once. So, I may actually need you guys to stretch your brains a little for some of these, even for early playtest boss fights, and engage in a little strategery. Do not Leroy Jenkins. Luckily, this is still Genesis, so actually killing your players with the crit chart is hard. But, you know, getting your asses knocked the fuck out by a mob and thrown. Oh, it's actually funny, because I think nobody is going to be what I would call a grenade class so far.
A what class?
Maybe Aaron later. Dallas was joking about how pets classes in WoW kind of just throw grenades everywhere. That is technically a thing you can do. I have that whole section in the gear list for potions and poisons. Like the offensive one is poisons and grenades, so you can throw fire flasks and acid flasks at people. But that would probably be mostly an alchemist's job to, you know, craft those on the cheap and chuck them.
Nom 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 nom. I hunger.
Wow, you're really glowy right now.
Listen, apparently there's something called like Mutagen 22 that's been dumped around this area.
Swag.
So now we have the third one. There is now some sort of, you know, secret, you know, chemical mutation thing.
So you're infused with the dark power of the sea god. You've bathed in cosmic radiation, which you literally did, and now you're sucking on Super Soldier Shark serum. Got it.
Yes. Everyone's fucked.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
It's here in the grotto that the shark can discover the absolute.
But yeah, so like I said, I've been designing the adversaries, and then I've been working on that block. I've mentioned this off mic to you guys a couple of times, but I was gonna bring it up on mic, but we did not do What's Up last week. But my plan for adversaries is to default, I want 3 of every tier. If you're not familiar with the Star Wars RPG or Genesis system, NPCs are broken down into tiers. And I really like this system because it's honestly a way that I feel like more games should be open to approaching things. Like, there are some RPGs that in the past, especially, all NPCs are built like PCs. Or are built in the same like spectrum as them. That can be rough. Parts of D&D has dealt with that with like NPCs, enemies with player character class levels and stuff. Getting a little weird. But in Genesis and in Star Wars before it, you have 3 tiers of adversaries. You've got minions, who are, you know, mooks and trash mobs. They literally do not have skill scores. They just have group skills. And so you put them in groups. They tend to have like very small HP pools. You put them in large groups of mooks, and they get beat up a lot. The second tier is rivals. Rivals are about as capable as a player character, but not as tough, right?
Actually, you say that, Act. It is kind of like that. When fighting a Nemesis, Omega can literally just be like, I'm going to spend a story point, and this Nemesis gets away to come back later.
Yeah, no, there are suggestions for that in Genesis.
Yes.
Technically, I believe this rule was put forward in Monster World, but it is straight up mentioned. Actually, I'll come back to that. But keep a point in that Nemesis thing, because I was in the middle of talking about rivals. Rivals are like stat-wise, they have about similar rune thresholds to characters. They have actual like full stats and skill scores and stuff. Now, they don't have strain thresholds, so there's strain for, like, there's 2 HP bars for player characters, you have wounds, which is damage, and then strain is, like, anything else. It can be non-lethal, it can be kind of your stamina, or it can be, also social damage, you know. Social conflicts inflict strain and stuff.
Just that shark life.
Bleh. And so, rivals are kind of like supposed to be like a one-to-one threat to player characters. Like minions can only threaten a player character in large groups. Like from the actual expanded players guide, their recommendation is, so our ratings our adversary level ratings for minions is based on the idea that you are using a minion group of 3 minions. So, even for like the equivalent of like CR1 or whatever, or however the fuck you calculate challenge rating these days, like for minions, even then the assumption is there's at least 3 of those guys, right? Rivals are the next step up. They're usually like 1-to-1. And then a Nemesis tier enemy is supposed to be a possibly persistent or at least a big boss type adversary. They have wound thresholds and strain thresholds. They tend to have strain thresholds or wound thresholds that exceed player characters starting out. So like, in the higher range. And more importantly, when you deplete wounds for a minion or a rival, they are out of the fight. They can be killed if that's what makes sense in the narrative, or that's what the players are aiming for. And if not, they're just incapacitated. Nemesis can take critical hits like player characters, which means that if your GM feels like it, they are just as persistent as player characters are. Like they get to take their lumps and can come back later. And the suggested rule in Genesis is spend 2 story points, your, nebulous meta currency, to just be like, that enemy becomes immune to all harm and flees. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't hurt them, and they run away. Obviously, they talk about this for, like, Monster World, like, oh, the vampire turns to mist and flees. But, like, very classic for, like, phased boss fights for RPG enemies, or, like, you try to beat up the humanoid story boss before the plot is done kind of stuff. He's just like, yes, I activate my invincibility spell. Fuck you.
I'm out.
What was it? In 12, the like really serious bosses, when they were switching phases, would put up what was called a paling, or it was not spelled that way. It was spelled AI, but a paling, and it's just like, yeah, they're just immune to all damage, and it can't be dispelled. We're gonna do plot stuff now. Bye. So yeah, there's absolutely a rule for like running around and like being like, nah, fam. You've beaten up Gobnik the Deranged, the Gob Warlord. He will come back later. Now he has 2 clubs. But yeah, so I've been trying to flesh out the adversaries. I've been trying to write 3 of at least every tier. Some levels I have accomplished this, like obviously, and that's like a soft cap. If I truly can't think of any, like I'm gonna be real. When I get to giants, I don't know how many mook giants I'm gonna be able to do. That's kind of not a giant's thing, right? Like I think I'll be able to come up with a couple giant kin who are in that ballpark, but I'm not gonna force myself to come up with 3 and engage in stupid ideas.
Well, like, I feel like giants is one of those things that, well, they're not small. They're always big. So if you run into a giant, it's always a fucking big deal. Like,
yeah.
Like, literally.
And like I said, the category is, in classic D&D terms, is giant kin. So like I said, I'll be able to come up with something so that if a prospective future GM or just myself wants to use giants in a like longer term campaign capacity and get a couple in there, get some ads for bosses or whatever, there'll be something. But a lot of it's probably going to be Rivals and Nemesis because, like you said, it's a giant. They're fucking giant. They're probably going to be minimum Sil 2, which is like about twice as big as a human is. But for some areas, I've like hit my cap, like for vermin, which is insects and creepy crawlies. I've fleshed out everywhere. I've given everybody deep existential crisis.
I mean, you put the Omakude in there,
Yeah, I don't think anybody enjoys the vermin section.
No.
The minions are fire ants, as in like Fallout 3 fire ants. They spit fire.
Hot fire.
Giant hornets, which they're still 0, but I know that they're as big as your forearm. So not like Cazador size, but still like, holy shit, that hornet is giant. And then Muska, which is
those are the ones I hate the most.
A wombo combo between a mosquito and a biting fly, which is about as big as your head, like overall body shape and size. So yeah, that's horrible giant RPG bugs. Oh, they do have Intellect 3. They probably should not have Intellect 3. I think that should be Intellect 2, Cunning 3, I think. I think I just forgot to hot swap the stat line around. I will say this, the adversary creation rules in Genesis are way better. If anybody reads these, you'll notice a shitload more of my NPCs have cool and vigilance. This was something Star Wars was terrible at letting NPCs have initiative skills. Genesis does not have that assumption. But their problem is that for stat lines that are supposed to be for creatures, they do this weird thing where they give them a lot of intellect as opposed to cunning. So yeah, I think that was supposed to be 3 cunning, 1 intellect, and I just never fixed it. Thanks for catching that error. We'll hot swap that around. But yeah, and then the rivals are Dungeon Slime. So your usual slimes and oozes, possibly a gelatinous cube. I can mention they can be cube shaped. Giant scorpions, because of course.
Yep.
There are also giant spiders and swarms of scarabs, because you gotta have some swarms, y'all. And then the 3 nemesis ones are what is called Black Widowmaker. So that's a giant fucking spider. It's silhouette 3. It's the size of yeah, I think the best comparison in terms of like commonly seen silhouettes is it's the size of a fighter jet. Or like a large truck. That's what Sil 3 usually is.
Okay, I gotta get
so they're big. There's the giant ant queen, which is also Sil 3.
Not as existentially terrifying, but still, it's huge.
Yeah, it's huge. They're gross. It's got some interesting. Those have int too. It's got some interesting like abilities relating to mooks. You know, it's definitely a boss that you'd fight with ads, right?
Right.
And then, as Lucky mentioned, I was like, what do I do for my next nemesis? And I was like, oh yeah, centipedes would count as vermin. Isn't there a Japanese yokai about giant centipedes? And I was like, yes. Omukade. You have to say it like that.
No, it got me.
400 million years
Yeah,
of
I got it.
evolution, and yet
Yeah, it's all black and
the
white
shark is
shit.
eaten by someone's future luggage.
Hold on, what the fuck is that? Was that a gator with no legs again?
Yes, I was killing it and it got me. My health goes down very quickly.
You need to find those evolution points to become armored, I think.
I do, but
Or not. Just get more jaws. Get more teeth on your teeth.
I do need more teeth.
But yes, if you're wondering why I'm not following along at the action, it's because I'm tabbed over to my document to talk about stuff. And I occasionally tab back when Lucky yells things.
I do yell many things.
But yeah, so I was like, okay, so I want a giant centipede, and then I actually found the Omukade legend, and I was like, perfect.
It's great too because
Go ahead.
it's great too because that's the for you FGO fans out there, that's the legend of Tara Tota, who
Yes.
I actually didn't know this, that he actually just covered an arrow in his spit and shot and killed it. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
like that's metal.
Yeah, because his regular arrows were just bouncing off, and he was like, what the fuck can I do? Hachiman, what do I do? Spit on the arrow, my son. Cool, got it. Die. And I have ported a version of that mythology into like the backstory. There's some lore to like Omukade. The first Omukade was a scorpion who got jealous of the divine dragon, so he grew to enormous draconic proportions. Its coils are so huge it can wrap around small mountains. They breathe fire as well.
Breathe fire.
Because I fucking loved the fire centipede Pokemon from Sword and Shield. I mean, I haven't actually gotten to writing about the Dark Elf storylines. We might figure out some Driders or something in there.
As long as it... Well, actually, if you do that, there's got to be a Dark Elf hero who wields 2 swords. There has to be.
Well, I'm pretty sure, so... in part of my reorganization, I did also, just in terms of like general updating stuff, I'm like mostly done on like items and things, but I added a few minor magical items, like the Thermos. It has a the in there, so yeah. I also added recently sun sticks, because sun rods from 4th edition D&D were cool, so it's like the price point is like a fusion lantern from Star Wars, so it actually has a couple of different uses. It produces light like a torch for several hours, but also it's hot enough that you can use it to like start fires and provide light, so, and keep you warm. So, sunstick. It's cool.
I might look at that.
But I actually realized while I was digging around for NPC profiles in Realms of Terranoth, the fantasy splat, that there were some big boy magical items I hadn't quite carried over.
Oh, really?
That setting is normally referred to as Runebound. I think that was the name of their war thing. So there's this whole like runic stuff. So there's these big Runebound shards, and I was like, oh, I completely missed these because this was like a big lore dump. But they also have like functions because that's supposed to be like a branch of magic, and they let you do different things as like tools or as magic implements.
Mm-hmm.
So I use that as a springboard to round out a few more different like iconic or generic artifacts. And I use them as a springboard because I was planning on doing this item anyway, but it got out there. Oh god, are we gonna have to go back to Alfheim?
Yeah, apparently they said for God of War we're gonna be actually visiting all 9 realms this time.
Rad, except for the Alfheim part. that's my meme. Is just transpose the let's not go to Camelot to the silly place, but you know with dad of boy, let us not go to Alfheim. It is a silly place, and I hate it there. It's dark.
There are 3 gators here. What the actual fuck?
There are 3 gators inside that boy. Wait, what? But so, you know, just because, again, a lot of my special items and stuff are like references and jokes. There's the arcane slate, which is absolutely a smartphone thing, because you know, fucking isekai tropes. I got them.
This is a great opportunity for the shark to test the theory that
you know, just the thermos,
give
which you know, etymologically, thermos just means like warm in Greek, so it works. But because a lot of people be posting about that power washing simulator. I believe Game Grumps both played it recently, and Markiplier has started a podcast, basically in-game in Power Wash Simulator. I think he's calling it Power Wash Pals. He did an episode with Jacksepticeye. So there's the Rod of Rushing Waters, which is a blued steel rod with a rubber cord dangling from the bottom. Which you can, even if you don't have magic, you can use it as a ranged weapon. It does 7 damage with blast and snare and knockdown. But also as a magic implement, it lets you do water magic real good. But, you know, I was able to find some interesting, like, different artifacts to do for things. And because some of these runebound shards were very evil, and these are now located in the Game Master section, I did actually do a thing I was talking about doing for a while and break out some items for the evil artifacts.
Oh, I saw that section.
Yeah, so I repurposed some old stuff that were there in my like artifacts and magic item section in there, and a couple of them were in specific zones. Like the Muramasa blades were previously in the Longu section, but I moved those out. Don't worry if you're concerned about losing, you know, identity. I added a new item way down there, the Dragon Breath Staff, which also lets you actually, again, what's similar to the Rod of Rushing Waters, even if you don't have magic, you can also just use it to breathe fire.
Actually, that reminds me. Something I think is just a little weird mechanically. I was looking at the Kerberos pistols. You have slow firing 1, but prepare 2. Doesn't that mean that the slow firing actually means nothing?
No, there's a lot of firearms like that. Prepare is, you require that many maneuvers before you can use the weapon after readying it.
Mm-hmm.
Slow fire is you can only use this weapon every so many rounds. Now, the Kerberos is supposed to be linked barrels, so
it's linked 2.
Okay, so yeah, you can hit up to 2 more times. Okay, so you're all firing all 3 barrels at once. I was gonna say, it's called a Kerberos because it's a Dirge of Cerberus reference. It's a tri-barreled pistol. So if it's linked 2, that means you're firing all 3 bullets all at once. But yeah, prepare is you have to use that many maneuvers after you draw it to actually use the gun.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of firearms are like that. And then slow firing is in between. And I'll pull up the core.
So
document.
I'm sorry. So that means that once you have drawn it and prepared it twice, you can just keep it you don't have to prepare it anymore.
Yes, you can keep firing it, which is why it has slow firing, because you need to keep reloading it.
Okay.
Assuming I am in fact doing that correctly, I'll go pull up the core rules. And this is why the quick draw talent, at least in this version of the game, reduces the prepare rating. It makes it easier for you to speed draw things.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw that earlier. Because I was like, oh, that'd be pretty. I got a lot of people chasing. I'm a huge. I guess they're just territorial. I guess.
Possibly.
It's like, stop chasing me.
No, there's no alignment system. I do need to make sure that you have the mechanical character motivations, which are in the core book, but I'm sure we can figure that out. I did add a bright red highlighted character creation checklist to make sure that everybody got the things done before the game next time.
Oh, I need to write down, but my heroic ability is hard to kill, because I think that is what I'm going to go for.
Yeah. So
I think that's the only thing I haven't actually written down.
There's a matrix of the character motivations, your desire, fear, strength, and flaw, and there's examples in the core book. They're not meant to be exhaustive, but they're important for deciding your character typologically and also mechanically important because in social conflict, if other people know your desire, your motivations, they can like use that against you. This also goes for NPCs, by the way, who are like people and not just greebly monsters.
Wasn't that a mechanic that was used somewhere else? I can't remember what it... Oh, wait, no, yeah, we were when you were expanding social conflict in Star Wars, we did that a little bit.
Yes. I played around with, like, when you knew things about characters, you could do that, because there are... Star Wars kind of bolted on the social conflict stuff later.
Yeah,
in Genesis, they straight up are like, yeah, social con... It's very funny. So, technically, in Genesis, vehicle rules are completely optional.
Really?
Like, yes, they are in the optional rules section along with, like, hacking and magic, right? So they're like, yeah, no, you could entirely do a setting where, like, people just don't really fuck around with vehicle stuff. Or if they do, it's, like, all narrative, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But social conflict is core.
I think that's good.
I think it is. I'm looking at alternate rules is magic, vehicles, hacking, hard game points. Did Dallas not download the rules when I linked in the book on Thursday? This Greeble man fucking drive-by asks me to help him make a character. I link him, I dump the core rules document. Because I've got all my stuff uploaded. And then he's like, did I grab that when I had the chance? Nah. Nope, that's not right. Copy link, please. I mean, there's a list of all the stuff.
All right, Gator, I'm going to have to fight you, but I'm going to fight this other Gator over here so I don't have to fight two Gators.
And this will be important for something else later. All right. But I added a checklist for people to checklist everything. But yeah, so the alternate rules are, you know, like I said, include magic vehicles and hackings and item attachments and hard points. And then social stuff is supposed to be core to conflicts. Social encounters is right after combat encounters, but I was checking equipment, item qualities. So...
Wait, where'd you go? Get back here.
P is for prepare. This is alphabetical. Prepare, passive, items require time to set up. You must use a number of preparation maneuvers equal to their prepare rating before using the item. If the item is a weapon, using it means making attacks. At your GM's discretion, being fucked with can make it so you lose your preps. You fall over or something. And the slow firing is weapons need time between dealing damage. So the weapon's slow firing rating dictates the number of rounds that must pass before it can be fired again. So yeah, you do the prepare rating before, and then the slow firing is after.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, firearms are kind of, and a lot of the default rules do this. Firearms are kind of at that point where both like drawing and firing a bow is very easy. Whereas preparing an arquebus is like, that requires setup, but the advantage you get out of that is an arquebus is crit 2 long range and is pierce 3, but has prepare 2 slow firing. So you need like setup time to actually get it out, work everything out, and then once you're firing, the slow firing is, hey, you have to manually reload. It takes you a little bit. So yeah, the Kerberos is just the hand cannon or pistol type design, but it has 3 barrels that you fire all at once, so
God
you can
damn
get even extra more damage.
I wish I had a fucking lock on. You can't actually lock on. You can hit the button.
There's no lock?
Yeah, you can hit the button and you'll face your opponent, but...
Biological adaptation allows the bull to survive in fresh water.
That's the problem I'm having, is because I'm trying to keep an eye on it, but since my what is it, X-axis for up and down is tied to my camera. It's a little hard to. It's a little hard for me to.
Floppy.
Yeah, because when I go up to the surface, I enter the shark mode with the fin up, and it's hard to see under the water. So I'm just like, ah. Oh,
there's a couple of wrinkles.
I'm still enjoying this. I'm having a good time. It's just sharks are fuckers.
But and also you've been playing it for like 3 hours straight. You would notice, a couple of minimal flaws. But man, look, your drip is immaculate.
I am. Look at this red, black. I got sharky teeth.
He's on that shark drip.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
Also, yeah, by the way, again, because this was heavily inspired by a lot of Final Fantasy stuff, yes, I am making a high fantasy setting where there are, in fact, guns. Because that was realistic for certain time periods.
I mean, if I had the
magically good. What's up?
I probably if I had the chance, I'd probably make like a dual wield gun wielder. Get those gunslinger classes. Get the hex slinger class.
Yeah, and I got a couple builds for that if you want to go that way, because part of my reasoning behind some game design decisions is this is an isekai setting with more than one isekai hero in it. Mm-hmm. And while, funnily enough, I think basically almost all of my players have elected to be semi-reincarnated and only vaguely remember what the fuck is happening. Like, I think Aaron remembers the most clear, but that's because as a result of a near-death experience. Before that, he didn't remember shit about being reincarnated. Mm-hmm. So, but there are multiple reincarnates or dimensional travelers or whatever in this setting. Sometimes there are things that just happen because somebody was trying to recreate something, even though it's completely anachronistic. So being like a double-barrel gun guy and, talking all Wild West would totally be like an outsider-type character, right? And then somebody would be like, dude, no, we don't have revolvers. And I'm like, but what if I make revolvers? And technically, there is in the Dwarf Artifacts line, they have a multi-barreled pepper box type thing. So, you can get your shit in there. But, it's not quite going to be like, Final Fantasy, like Anachronism, you have a fucking attack drone with a satellite laser or anything. Mm. But you have guns, and you can throw grenades at people. And there's a couple of different specs and class stuff to, let you do stuff. I think between the core classes and specs and the prestige ones, which I still need to map out because I'm sure some of you guys are going to want to go into those fairly soon. But that'll be a couple of hard days of work that I can't do right away because I'm making sure that we have an adventure period to start with.
Sorry, I'm getting mad at crocodiles.
They definitely seem like they're the assholes, the quote-unquote demonic spider-type enemies. They're just like, all right, you think these guys are normal, but they're just fuckers.
And again, I'm getting mad when I'm trying to fight this one thing and it's like, hey, we're gonna fight you too, and I'm all like, excuse you, what is this all of a sudden? This fucking sense of cooperation between mindless fucking predators.
Yeah, I wonder if there's different. Is there quote unquote a stealth shark build?
I'm hoping.
Could you generate less aggro? Who knows?
Wait.
But yeah, like I said, the classes and careers in Gensekai have always been very specifically balanced. For instance, take an example. Lucky's core class, his starting career is priest. So
yes.
It's supposed to be kind of like cleric, but if y'all have played D&D or a lot of fantasy JRPG type games, priestly healery types come in a lot of flavors. Being a cleric in D&D is crazy flexible, and I think always has been for the most part.
Oh yeah.
So the default gear setup and skill list is already inherently flexible, and then your 3 starting career specs are completely different angles. Crusader is the paladin type angle. You are a tank. You get the ability to turn undead, and you get parrying abilities.
Fucking. Sorry, I'm swimming for my life here.
Oh yeah, there's a guy sneak up behind you. So like being a crusader gives you, turn undead and all those kinds of abilities. It gives you the ability to threaten enemies and be like, it's not quite the same as the knight's challenge, but there is definitely some in there. And like, it doesn't necessarily advance your spellcasting ability very well, but it gives you a couple of options. Inquisitor is then kind of like, first of all, there are actually a couple of like social ones, but it's like playing a face cleric basically.
Yeah.
Like it's all about social stuff and not getting fucking jobbed on in close combat basically. Like you've got a couple ranks of dodge and a couple ranks of rapid reaction. So I wouldn't say it's quite like a cleric rogue per se, but it's definitely like you have access to social abilities and social protections, and then can also just be like, hey, fuck you, I'm going first. Mostly because I want to get the fuck out of here, bye.
Whoop, whoop.
And then the one that Lucky has actually picked is White Hat, which is straight up healer. But again, there's like 3 different ways you can heal in it. You can, you get bonus healing when you do medicine checks. You can do Inspiring Rhetoric to give people strain back. It has a couple ranks of the painkiller specialization, so you can feed people healing potions better. And then also you can just, like, be better at spellcasting. That gives you your Brilliant Casting and Masterful Casting line. So there's like, with the specializations and the talent trees, there's a lot of inherent flexibility in here. It's funny, we talked about Omikado, but we got distracted again. I didn't even talk about some of the fun stuff it does. Like, it breathes fire and it crushes castles, but also it's a centipede from the video game Centipede.
Is it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Division. If this adversary's exceeds its wound threshold, you may spend a story point to replace it with 2 rivals with 20 wounds. It starts with 40, by the way. And their silhouette 2 instead of 4, and their base damage is reduced by 1. If either of those rivals is defeated, you can spend a story point to turn it into a minion group of 2 minions with 10 wounds each who are silhouette 1, and reduce their base damage again. So, if your GM feels like turning it into a centipede battle, you can literally just be like, you've defeated the big centipede, but now he's 2 smaller centipedes.
Actually, I've seen that actually a lot in with like centipede fights. Now that I think about it.
I believe it has to be entirely because of the classic video game Centipede.
Probably.
But yeah, but no, like Omukata are definitely like I've said this before to Lucky and several other people in the chat. It's not just that you need like bosses for like a battle or a dungeon. Sometimes you need campaign bosses. You need something that like the whole story builds up to defeating.
Mm-hmm.
I did keep their water vulnerability, so they take extra damage when they're in water or exposed to water.
Give him the hose!
I have a fuck ton of beasts, generic animals everywhere from the classics, the cave bat, the giant rat. You gotta have them, Every adventurer knows those guys. Bears, bulls, boars. Some classic stuff, giant corvids. Still Zero, but big bird.
Big bird, big black bird.
Mm-hmm. I did manage to work in the coral. I talked about this with Lucky off mic, but hey, did you know that corals have like a classic sci-fi rep?
I didn't notice at all.
Yeah, no. I don't know why Final Fantasy loves them so much, but yeah, no. The phrase coral is from I think it's from an Amazing Tales sci-fi story.
Yes.
From 1939 called The Black Destroyer. And it's basically the hey, we've landed on an alien planet and a single creature is killing all of us story. Though it is from the alien's perspective, by the way. It's from the coral's perspective. So yeah, it's a really
double awesome
story. Yeah, no. So like there's regular wildcats, and then there's like big, slightly weird fantasy cat that has tentacles it can grab you with.
Yeah, I know.
Technically, griffins fall under regular beast classing as well.
Yeah, with the coral thing, I always thought corals and displacer beasts like from D&D had like the similar antigens, but I never really considered like that they too came from something else. Like
yeah, no, but they absolutely I think came from the Black Destroyer, which is wild to think about.
Yeah, it is.
And if you've ever wondered why those animals are weird, like Displacer Beasts are obviously weird, and Corals in Final Fantasy are infamous for their blaster attack, it's because the creature in the Black Destroyer also had psychic powers. So yeah, no, it again, it's a weird source, but it goes everywhere. Like it goes all the way through, and I've followed up on a few of those. Yeah. So Beast isn't complete because I need one more Nemesis. I have crocodiles and mammoths, but I need one more Nemesis class beast. What's a giant beast I can use? I'll think of something later.
Tarrasque?
Nah, the Tarrasque would definitely be probably in like magical beast or not, if not dragonkin. That guy's
True.
like really weird.
True.
Oh, I know what I'll do. There's got to be a T-Rex stat line.
Oh, true.
I'll just call that Behemoth and be like, yo, it's a fucking dinosaur. I can work with that. I split out aquatic animals into their own area. That's got all the three. There's Rock and Lochs, the drakefish, which is just
Catfish.
kind of, carp catfish. Like, imagine an armored catfish, but with carp coloring. They're literally like gold and red. No, seriously, their golden scales are worth 2d10 GP.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's in the line. You actually said this, and it's something I have tried to persist in. There are a lot of explicit references to loot, both narratively and mechanically.
Yes, that's something I really do enjoy.
Like several abilities. Oh, bears are already in here, and dire bears. We have bears, and then we have bigger bears. Bear 2, electric boogaloo. But yeah, no. Some of that is taken from the Keyforge book, because they have a resource system to do your special powers in that called Amber. It's spelled A-E, but it's pronounced Amber. So a lot of like wildlife is integrated into the Amber economy. And I was kind of able to turn those rules into something, but also I just like pointing out that like, oh yeah, no, if you kill some Drakenlocks, their scales are worth money. That would be left behind. And other times it's narrative, like in the Griffin profile. Dallas is fucking at me in the middle of the show to talk nonsense at me.
He does that. Dallas likes his secrets.
Well, I mean, he's posting it in Secret Tabletop, so it's not really that much of a secret. It's just, he's throwing a direct ad at me.
Can I take the Nemesis Fear? Oh, he wants you. Oh, I'm assuming he wants the ability that when people just look at him, they have to make a fear check. Or something.
That is actually in Dark Knight. There is the Terrifying Talent, which you can rank up like 3 times.
That's what I am assuming. For the fear section, 1 is Nemesis.
Okay. So one of the fears you can take is Nemesis. Like you have a personal enemy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, we can work with that.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I needed a context clue there. I was like,
I was wrong.
Can you figure that out for me?
I was wrong.
Well, he does want to take, definitely does want to take Dark Knight, because I did actually adjust some talents around in that. I did put a talent where you can wield 2-handed weapons in one hand in that. So he will be taking that one eventually. So he will get a fear, but yes, no. But yeah, so I definitely wanted to, because this is based on like video game RPG stuff. There's some loot logic in here, like I said. The Griffin entry mentions that like apparently this is an actual myth about griffins that you don't see a lot, but they apparently are supposed to nest in where there are deposits of gold.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, if you see a griffin, you might want to check its nest to see if it's laying on some gold nuggets.
No, but I remember seeing like a lot of things like the talk about like how Sundew has the like aromatic and sweet nectar, the Ant Queen has the royal jelly, like a whole bunch of little things like that. Talk about how the Ironheart trees, well, you can get the heart, but also it's like, man, I think a staff just out of this shit would be awesome too.
Yeah, and some of that, like, obviously part of this is supported by the mechanics, but I like to add this inclusion for, like, for instance, the Ironheart tree has ironwood bark as a separate line on its equipment, which gives it +3 soak.
Mm-hmm.
And when creating adversaries, obviously there are a couple of different ways to, like, inherently add soak. Like, you can just say a creature is tough, which is, like, +1 soak and +2 wounds, just, yeah, this creature's tough. It's got a tough hide. But I also like to, for some adversaries, actually, like, in their inventory section, basically add, no, they get +3 soak from this source, so that your players can be like, oh yeah, that guy had a shitload of soak. How does he get that? I'm like, well, this tree had ironwood bark, and you're like, ooh, can I turn that into a thing? And I would be like, yeah, that probably counts as materials for a thing. You can turn it into, like, a staff or armor or something. And obviously I have a whole sidebar about how, hey, GMs and players don't necessarily expect loot to be a one-to-one transition. Don't expect to magically just wear a tree and get +3 soak. You know, your GM should probably assign you some penalties for just like, yeah, I'm wearing a tree trunk like a barrel. Like I'm broke or something. I'm like, okay, all right. So,
call me Diogenes.
So here, I'm gonna give you 3 black dice to stealth and athletic checks while you're wearing a tree trunk as pants. Because that's not good for you. But, you know, you can still work for it. I also don't think, by the way, I can... As cool as owlbears are, I don't think I can do that because I'm pretty sure, as evidenced by the fact I was in that new trailer for D&D, it's pretty copyrighted. We want to avoid that. By the way, Lucky brought them up. Plants are a whole section.
Oh, yeah.
Which I believe is fully complete. Yeah, there's 3 minions. Mandragoras, obviously. There's myconoids. There's little fungus guys who can get up and walk around.
Aren't those the ones that have the sleeping powder in them?
Yes, they produce a sleeping spores, which is both an attack technically an attack. They cause strain. It's an action they can do, and also I put in notes like, hey, if you wanted to harvest the sleeping powder effect, you can roll some checks. But yeah, they trundle around. They're small. They have fungal form and fungal fist. Lucky already mentioned the sundews, which are like based on sundews, which are a rad carnivorous plant. If you've never seen a sundew, they look awesome.
They very do.
But yeah, just imagine if those guys got hopped up on some wild magic and can like get up and walk around and like occasionally give you very painful hugs. It's noted that they're ambulatory, aggressively mischievous, and capable of causing minor bone fractures.
But it's really just an excuse for hippies to flout public
yeah, there's plenty of rivals, even though I do want to add... Make sure to jot my note down physically. I've been focusing very much on adventures and new lines, but not complete stuff. But hold on, I want to add a hanging tree to that line as well. Or a hangman's tree. Which is like, hey, what if a tree got possessed by an evil ghost? And it's got like a spooky tree face.
Actually, I saw you had dryad woods. Are there actually like dryads, or is that a...
Yeah, that'll be down in the Fae section.
Ah, Fae. Okay, that's what it is.
You're waiting a lot for that one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff there, and I've got interesting ideas. There's not like necessarily like another fairy world per se, but fairies, Fae will definitely be a subtype of like wilderness spirit. You know, the wild, untamed woods, mischievous, and you know. There'll be stuff like, you know, dryads govern trees. There'll be, you know, nymphs for governing bodies of water. There'll be little pixies that can be annoying. That's where we're going to find the solution to your bee problem eventually.
Excellent.
Again, because we skipped last week. I don't think that's been explained on air, but we've mentioned it several places before. Lucky, like many player characters, has a list of wants and needs, desires.
I am not shy about stating them.
Mm-hmm. And yours are usually much more... I mean, you like stuff, so you've got some inventory you want, but you're usually much louder about more nebulous concepts like friends and turf and stuff, bases and things.
Yeah, no, as soon as Omega said, you know, there's spirit foxes, I'm like, I want those. I need friend. I need fluff. And then I saw you put in the Ninetales, I was like, how dare you? I feel personally attacked by this, Omega. Personally.
Well, that's a creature with int 2 and willpower and presence 3, so you're gonna have to make friends on your own terms.
I know.
And watch the fuck out for Discord of the House. A curse spell.
I mean, it's literally a Ninetales going, fuck that house in particular.
Yeah, basically, it's like, hey, you, human. Hey, you, a pox in your house. What? Ninetales is under magical beast, so there's definitely like I had a lot of fun with that one, like straight up giving them access to magic spell casting. Like, yeah, it's a fox, but it's probably like 1,000 years old, and it's got 9 tails, so it can cast a variety of spells. It can do the friendship spell, so it can make people think it's friends. It can summon spirit foxes as ads. It can cause a curse on your house, so it makes you shittier at doing stuff. Obviously, it's got, fox fire, so it can, shoot fire at you. And then I gave it special qualities to do the to change shape. So not actually the transform spell, but the mask spell, the illusion spell. Mm-hmm. Normally that doesn't let you change your general body shape, so I gave it a special quality for that. But if you take the realistic one, you can make it so that it can cover other senses than sight and sound. So yeah, Maiden's Cloak is just a mask spell, so it's just like, wacha.
That's exciting. But, like, on the original point, yes, I like thinking of things ahead. And I was like, all right, so I'm going to be a cook, so I want to be able to have ingredients. What kind of stuff am I going to need to hold ingredients and all that stuff. That's originally where the bee idea came from is, it's like, I'm going to want honey, but that means I'm going to need bees. But we're in the isekai world. I do not desire normal bees. Nay. I think my exact line was, I desire, what did I say it was? Magical Monster Girl bees? Yes, yeah. That was the lie. And Omega hasn't said no yet, so I keep saying it. See, that's...
Yes, no. And, and so, to tell the story from my end, you said a lot of things, some of which were out there, like... What was it? I think the one I eventually had to be like, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to swing that one, was you were like, and I need a magical cow. And I'm like... Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that one off. That's just going to be like, how do I, like, justify that without you needing to, like, be a completely different character to make that happen?
And I haven't brought it up since.
Yeah, I was like, that's the one that puzzled me. Because, like, the bees, I was like, okay, hold on. I had to have a thinker about that one. Because, again, I have a lot of... I've been working on this for 2 years. I got a lot of rules in my brain. Not all of them are explicitly stated yet. Mm-hmm. So... On the Monmusu front, Monster Girls, like, obviously, that is a mainstay of this sort of genre.
Right.
But also, I have, lines and setups for stuff. So a lot of that action is in the archetype for Beastman, or Anima, if you want to, be technically slightly more polite, but not any more or less correct. Same thing, it's just in different languages. So those are, kimono mimi people, cat girls, dog girls, bunny girls. We can say cowgirls, but that can mean many things.
You can't see. I wag my eyebrows.
If you want to be like a swole bull dude, you can do that too.
Minotaur.
And those are humans with animal features, and I've referenced in the section about the archdemons and what they command, as fluff points like. Yes, there are some humanoid demons, and there are insectile beastmen. There are, bee anima, but they would be not miniature. They would be people-sized. And yes. I'm like, at first I was like, oh, well, maybe he can make them friends. But he's like, no, I want them portable. I'm like, ooh, how do I do that? Like, I wasn't really planning on, like I said, beasts, animals being humanoid. That was not part of my original idea. But like I said, I've been working my way down towards the Fae section. I'm like, wait, spirits can be humanoid. So what if there were fairy bees?
That sounds amazing.
Or bee fairies, by the way. I'm not sold on the grammar yet. I haven't written it. So I'm like, oh, well, that could totally work. Porter is a priest of Verna. One of Verna's epithets is Queen of the Spirits, right?
Yep.
She commands all the nature spirits of the land. I'm like, okay, I could work on that one. I know Lucky is like chomping at the bit to actually see the fluff, but at the very least, I'm like, I have an idea. I know what I can do for that. I just need to work my way down there. And like I said, the cow thing was just like, fuck, how do I do that?
No, as soon as he was like, nah, it's not going to work, fan, I'm like, okay, I move on.
Yeah, no. Like, and the like you said, with the bee thing, it was just like, I had to think about it, but I came to the solution in my brain, and I'm like, no, don't you worry, I can work with that. Like Axe has been asking, like, can I have a pet dragon? And I'm like, got you covered, fam.
Mm-hmm. Whether or not, when and where we get those is another time matter, but they exist in the system, and that's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
Like, this one, like, I'm talking about, I've been wanting, because we were talking about this earlier as well, about spatial dimensions. Talking about, like, how the portable vaults exist, how bags of holdings work, like, how the vault works. Either it's, like, its own dimensional space, or it's a or it's a gate to an actual real location and stuff, and a bunch of stuff. And that's a siren. That's a wild as fuck detail. They literally just put a fucking cop car on a bridge that's putting off lights.
Wow.
It's such a little detail, but it's like I just saw it and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff.
But like I'm talking about how like, you know, like maybe, you know, oh god, I went all over the place on this one. I remember this one, but like maybe having like a pocket garden world or a gate to a floating island, or, you know, just all these little weird things, and Mega's just like,
Takes notes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing with me. Like, if I don't know how it fits into the fluff, or it's not something I'm familiar with, you probably won't get a lot of interaction out of me. Like, you brought up like Porter going to Longo and having like wuxia adventures, and I was like, I was able to put you in the right geography, but when you were asking about like, hey, is there a lot of wuxia fantasy stuff? And I'm just like, I'm not super familiar with a lot of that stuff. Probably Longo is supposed to be that kind of like blob of, you know, vaguely East Asian area, right?
Right.
So there's probably some stuff there, but I don't really have a lot of experience with that. So other than some of the stuff I've already done, you know, you'll kind of have to like figure out your own way. And you were like, okay, I can make up stories about monasteries and old dudes.
I can, and I did.
Yeah. Like, you were able to roll with that on your own, but if you want to get, like, new fluff done, the primo way is to figure out something that Omega already likes. Like I said, when you proposed what became the Adventurer's Codex, like, just like, hey, can we get a physical book? I was like, I can fuck with this. Like, I love in-game codexes already, and I already talked about how it's kind of like the singular plot point of FFTA2 that, you know, your main character is sucked into the world by writing in a magic book that writes down his adventures as they happen. So, like,
that dude beat me to death with a gun! He actually picked it up and just beat me with it! Wow!
Wow, yeah, I tabbed over and just like, wow, damn. Well, yeah, I think Lucky proposed it first, but several of you got in on that action, and I'm like, okay, you guys want this. We can work with this. But, like, that's how it works. And it's the same with, like, again, I don't know if Lucky knew this ahead of time, but talking about, like, portable spaces and hideouts and stuff, this is going to be a weird reach. But, hey, when they wanted to do training arcs in Maho Sensei Negima, I don't remember her name, but, you know, the tiny lollybaba vampire lady, she had a magical mansion inside a bottle that was like an enclosed space for time dilation shit. And I really thought that was cool. So Lucky being like, hey, can we get like portable space stuff for like our base? I'm like, yes. We're going to hit the tropes that I like without me even having to do anything. Now I have to ask Dallas a clarifying question here. He was like, hey, can I befriend a spider wizard? Do you mean literally a spider who is a wizard? Because so far my stat lines for spiders aren't very smart. But, you know, a spider who, a wizard who becomes a spider or likes spiders, probably. There's no actual, I mean, other than the fact that giant spiders are probably kind of like intimidating and they exist in terrain where you don't want to meet them. Spiders are not necessarily poorly regarded in the Gensekai setting in Sapphira. I think that's how you pronounce it. Well, fuck it. I translated it from, like, the word for sphere, globe, but I can say it's pronounced however the fuck, so Sapphira. Sapphira. If you can't pronounce that, just say creation with a capital C, which is what I do when I don't feel like typing that. So, yeah, there's no, like, spider taboo. I suspect that the Dark Elps will probably be doing weird spider stuff because they're, you know, they're going to be very anime fantasy dark elves. They're going to be like, they're also the grape elves, so they're going to be very purple a lot of the time. You know, just cuz. So, like, there'll probably be some spider stuff there, but that'll probably be like they handle their own spider cavalry and things. Oh yeah, this is a guy who is a spider and also wearing a wizard hat.
Sorry, I'm just slightly bamboozled about Axe insisting that he be given credit for the Adventurers Codex, which I did double check to be sure. He was the first one who actually said we need some sort of achievement list, and then we ran from there. But I'm just like,
well, yeah, that's why I said like it's a complex thing going on there.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, no matter what you guys say, I will take the most credit because I'm the one who turns it into a thing in the book. So.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to fight that.
Yes. It should be in your starting gear list. You may have needed to double check it lately, but yeah, everybody gets a codex item. That's it. Axe, you know the answer to this question. Please watch our Yu-Gi-Oh series. It's heavily influenced by whether or not we read. Guess what? Nobody reads. We've been doing this for nearly 80 weeks. No, we don't read.
Actually, I got a fair bit. Can I actually upgrade those?
Actually, that reminds me. I wanna. You mentioned coming on for a little bit. Will you be free this Wednesday for prog recording?
Yeah. Why? What's up?
Well, it's gonna be week 80, and we're gonna have a smaller list because it's no longer gonna be July. So.
Okay.
I just figured, like, if we talked about it, and some of the guys, I figured, you know, we could have guest ref Lucky show up and yell at us for being absolute animals for a week. Possibly.
Well, if people want me there, I'll be there. My Wednesday, yeah, I don't got nothing going on Wednesday. Right. Ah!
It is a week where we talk through our unban process. I will probably not have Lucky have to sit here for us because that's the part where even in the recordings I sometimes fast forward that bit. But you know, for actual games and us yelling at each other, we brought it up a couple weeks ago, and you know, I remember these things. Sick. Yes, we're not good at reading though. But yes, the talking about Gensekai stuff.
Let's see here.
She is. I mentioned, are there spider beastmen? Let me go to my own notes. Again, this is the other thing. Having written this, you know, over the course of like 2 years, off and on, sometimes you forget your own lore. You gotta dig through your own stuff.
Alright, but let's do some upgrades. Alrighty, let's see. Wrong tab, though. Let me see here. So, let's upgrade this. I can upgrade that, too. Holy shit.
Okay, no, I did not explicitly say. So spider-like humanoids are open-ended. I'll keep that note for later. We'll ruminate on that one. The only explicitly mentioned insectoid beastmen are the totem of the bee and the ant.
Okay, tier 5 is the highest. I have learned.
Neat. We're learning.
Yeah. Now I have maximum sonar. Yeah, this thing fucking reaches.
That's pretty big. Let's see. Magical beasts I need to flesh out some. How many minions? Okay, we got 2 minions, 1 rival, 2 nemesis. No, 3 nemesis. We do have 3.
Personally, if I were a spider beastman, I wouldn't say they necessarily have to be underground, but they are probably in dark locations.
Shark is learning. So I gotta pull up a couple more, like I said, magical, purely magical creatures. Maybe I can find something like an owlbear to hybridize. For funnies.
Homst! You are a level 1 creature. Who do you think you are? Come here. Get it. Get it. Rude. Rudest of rudes. Hoobity doobity doobity doo. Also, Dallas, I do want to remind you, while we will have, you know, dark and bad things here, Gensekai is supposed to be a parody and a comedy, so bad things aren't constantly happening to people.
Oh, he knows.
I'm not sure he does.
I mean, while I know Dallas has a lot of love for like we said, schlocky horror, I did bring this up before. He talked about how his original first run for a character name was going to be Leroy. Mm-hmm. As in the infamous Leroy Jenkins. Dallas, what name did you decide on? I couldn't remember it off the top of my head because I'm better at reading names than speaking them. It was similarly over the top. Yeah, he wants to chill with the spider homies. Like I said, we can think on something. I can figure.
Well, again, I remember we're playing Delta Green with Professor Momo, who put a chicken bucket helmet on his head and went with it. So I would like to. I have a concern. I will say. I'm still excited for tomorrow. And what
Mortis Dark Frost. Yes, I knew it was something like that.
That's a very dark night name.
He knows what's up.
He does know what's up.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. There was a thing I was going to mention.
Whoa! What the
earlier.
fuck?
I forgot. Because Lucky was talking about. I got distracted by other stuff, as I often do. Because like I said, I've been working on this. Whatever. Holy shit! This guy's got boss subtitles.
I know. I was like, Jesus.
Damn.
Woo!
But earlier you mentioned the classic Dorn thing with dark elves and stuff, and twin swords, and I briefly talked about how I did actually add the evil artifacts thing. I brought that up because I was going to bring up that so far every flavor of elf that still exists, because there are a couple that are like supposed to be extinct or have gone out of style or very remote or something, for plot hook stuff, and also so that if player characters want to do like the weird. They're not necessarily going to be any stronger, but if they want to do the weird lore, like, yes, I'm from a long lost race. That's why I'm special and have special abilities. I know how player characters work. But the signature Dark Elf artifact is totally going to be 2 swords.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know what they do yet in like terms of gameplay or whatever, because I haven't written the lore, but I'm like, no, it's going to be, I've decided they're going to be twin swords. Probably double scimitar shape. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with plants. I don't know why, but I did.
Oh, I like that. I liked what you did with them. God.
Yeah. You've got the dryad wood, which is a little bit more like the classic Ent type thing. Like there are tree Ents, but those are specifically supposed to be like they kind of crop up in certain circumstances. The dryad wood is like the actual like, hey, how you doing? Intelligent enough to understand language. They just don't normally bother to speak to you. I had a really fun time with the snapdragon, because snapdragons are a great flower and have a really cool name. And then I was trying to think up Nemesis tier threats, and I was like, wait, what if dragon, but flower?
Okay.
And then also, tree knights.
Oh, bone evolutions adds damage resistance and more effective for boat combat. Interesting. Okay.
Ooh, nice. Okay, you're thinking stuff. I had some fun with constructs as well. I gave at least Lucky an existential panic. I don't know if any of the other playtesters have read the Walking Fortress entry.
I mean, as soon as I read it, I was definitely thinking the Konosuba scene, and then you confirmed it, and I was like, God damn it.
Yes, no, that's where I got. I was like, oh, I need more construct nemesis. Oh yeah, there was that, Walking Fortress thing from Konosuba that exploded. I can do that. I can work that.
Can we capture one of those? Is there a way to do that, or is it just, no, they are only enemy?
Hypothetically, I mean, I put the rules to, like, turn off the meltdown. You could probably, like, figure out how to turn off the furnace normally. I also immediately, after writing that entry, had that thought of, like, somebody's gonna try and steal this.
I mean, how long have you been gaming with me? Like, your immediate thought is, can Lucky somehow conceivably, walk away with this? He's going to.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
If that is a flaw, if there is a flaw, it is I like stuff.
And I mean, it's got a strain threshold, so yeah, sure, you could disable it, I guess, non-lethally. I mean, I talk about in the talk about runic golems, the dwarfs make golems which smash things. I did actually point out that, like, sometimes if they're from, like, a clan hall or something that got, like, lost and nobody's around to give them orders, they kind of become feral. So the guild wants to thump them because they're pretty tough boys. So I'm like, yeah, no, you could probably disable a Walking Fortress and steal it. People may have concerns about you riding around in a literal castle on legs.
Yeah.
That shoots lasers.
Yeah. But then we could build a base on it. Somehow.
Yeah, I did actually include an explicit rule. It's, walking building. Its encumbrance capacity is 100. It can carry smaller vehicles on it. So, yeah, no, I kind of figured I knew what people are going to do. I did actually write an entry for an example Flesh Golem and write some Flesh Golem lore.
Oh, sick.
You also may be interested to read that sometime. See, Axe, your problem is you have played, like, D&D and Pathfinder with, like, too many murderous GMs. Like, I wrote the rules for how much cash it takes you to buy a fortress. I am not going to be like, and now your fortress tries to kill you. Because I'm going to be like, oh my god, you guys have murdered so many things to make all that money. Like, damn, dude.
Big flop.
No, this would absolutely be like the literal design for a walking fortress is like it is literally a raid boss. I used the word raid in the description.
Man, I'm just thinking about all this like polluted ass area, and I just see this fucking city with a skyscraper out over there. I'm like, Jesus.
There's a tone here. There's a message. It's especially relevant. I brought up earlier about it being a shark game. You know, about like the fact that there's definitely some commentary here. Like, if you guys don't know about the like how shark fin soup gets made, a lot of times you don't necessarily kill the shark. You just take one of its fins and throw it away, which sucks. Like, especially considering I read about this because obviously I am the man of Pocket Limp. I am the World Builds Loudly guy. I have the whole Adventurer's Guide to Food and Drink, which I will continue to expand as we come up with cool new things. I put Leviathan fin soup in there. So I did research on real shark fin soup. Hey, did you know that's mostly tasteless?
Really?
Yeah, because sharks are mostly like cartilage and muscle.
Yeah.
There's no like actual flavor to it. It's mostly like a texture thing, and the flavor comes from the ingredients. So, guess what? There's no reason to eat shark fin soup other than to be like, my penis is huge. I'm eating shark right now.
Did it like get started on basically like some maybe medicinal cooking or something?
Probably. There is a lot of traditional like Chinese medicine or other traditional medicine areas where people are like, yeah, you know, like, fin of the shark, bone of the tiger, antler of the deer kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that may have been where it started. But, like, as a piece of traditional cuisine, it's all in the preparation. And so, guess what? You can sub that in. I mean, I guess if you were, like, 4 despairs when you try to buy a house, maybe you buy a cursed house. But, no. I do make a reference to, like, the classic inheriting a cursed house from your uncle trope in the talking about structures. Because after you guys, like... I mean, I do think this paranoia you have about feeling roles means that you have had some, I don't want to say bad GMs, but you have had certain types of GMs. Mm-hmm. I do not necessarily agree with the philosophy, like, but that's just me. Like, I believe that when you fail a role, it should have clearly defined, like, failure aspects. And even Genesis has the, like, Dallas say bad GMs. He doesn't give a shit. Like... Even in Genesis, the like threat and advantage system is designed to color your rolls, but they can't take away from the fact that you succeeded, right? You have to roll pretty bad with like, I only rolled like 1 success and like,
The shark is now an adult, and she
no,
should
you became
probably
big. Okay,
spend
I was like, hold on, did you just teleport? You did kind of teleport, but not really.
Mutual funds.
Now you're even bigger. You're an adult. You've got even more shark drip.
Oh wow! I can actually change my fucking teeth. Bioelectric, and then boom, bone.
Tells you need even more teeth.
Yeah. Sick. Let's see.
No, I don't. The most thing that I will quote unquote punish players for is probably bad tactics, but that's just because like, hey, guess what? You're approaching this fight in a dumb way. You're gonna get murdered, kind of a thing. Like, and usually even then, if the players are like really off base, I usually try to telegraph that a little.
Oh yeah.
Because like, and again, a lot of this comes from the fact that like I learned as much about game design from video games as tabletop games. Like, I was playing video games way before I was reading D&D and stuff. So like for me, it's definitely like, oh yeah, like no, absolutely, you should telegraph information to the players.
Like, and if you're doing something that might be considered a bad idea, Omega will definitely be the one who's up. Is like, are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even necessarily a bad idea. It's just players being players will be like, I'm going to do this overcomplicated thing that's like way harder, and I'm going to be like, okay, so in my notes, I have a simple solution that's much easier. Are you sure you... I'm not going to telegraph that part, but are you sure you want to do this crazy pants thing? And then Lucky will usually be like, yeah. And I'm going to be like, okay, roll some dice. But occasionally when I'm like, all right, so for clarity, you are attempting to X, Y, and Z. Do I have that correct? Occasionally players will be like, you're right, that sounds dangerous and stupid. Let's not do that.
Let's not.
Yeah, I feel like you played too much of the like classic D&D and Pathfinder-esque games, like, and honestly, a lot of the like 3.x era was like, you are really squishy in those games, and it is kind of just like, how long can you live kind of stuff. And like, I think especially with video games like Dark Souls out there, there's still a market for that. Like, that's a playable experience. That's definitely more of what the kids these days call role with 2 L's playing, where like, you're just simulating a game experience. You're not really here to build characters, because it's hard to build characterization when you're getting murdered by gelatinous cubes and what are some other good owlbears and other stuff, you know, when you're being murdered by monsters all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to build character. Like, that's definitely something I had to... well, I mean, as a joke, I want to say had to beat out of Axe. Like, not literally, but, like, that's definitely a bad habit that when we first started Star Wars, Axe had, was, like, he was over-concerned with you guys, whatchamacallit, like, losing fights, because he was assuming it was going to be like D&D, and it would be like, when my wounds run out, I die. It took a while for him to internalize the fact that, like, no, in this rule set, if you run out of wounds, you are incapacitated, so you pass out, basically, usually, and you take a critical injury. To get to the death result on the critical injury chart, you have to go really deep down. And that's not to say that, like, Fantasy Flight doesn't have some hilariously lethal games. Like, they're 40k RPGs. Like, if those goes wrong, those go really wrong. There's some great character elements of, like, oh, I have taken a critical damage. My head explodes, and also all my ammo explodes, so you guys now might explode, kind of a thing, right? But that's the grim darkness, the fair future, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that reminds me, I'll also be glad, as much as I'm having fun with the
Jesus
adversaries, I definitely need to.
Oh, this is a fucking mafia dumping ground. Okay. Snitch parking lot.
I would like to assure the Antonini crime family that this footage will in no way.
Sorry, this game is the perfect sense of humor for me. Like, this is very gallows humor, and I love it.
I can eat them.
Oh boy, yeah, we're getting real grim up in here.
Oh wait, no, I can bite them. I can't eat them. Interesting.
Oh, so it's like a training dummy type thing.
Neat.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm adult. I can go in those other rooms now.
Neat.
What is this? Is this like some sort of dolphin? What? Sorry, I'm looking at this do not sign. I'm trying to figure out like, what's on here.
I mean, it's good. It could be like a do not shark, but the black and white makes me think like orca. Maybe it is no baby sharks. Is that the joke?
I don't know.
Impotent to stop Mother Nature's vengeance. Yep. But I'm definitely like talking about like gallows humor. Like I've hidden quite a few like jokes and notes in my various writings in Gensakai. Like I said, it's a parody setting with a light tone. So like,
I mean, I'm still laughing about the fucking writing tag about Elps trying too hard.
Yeah, that's a joke that I think like took like a year to land technically, or maybe like the 2 years, because that would have been a very early item.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was never considering writing anything, so I never looked at the writing gear, but I was just looking at gear because we're considering how we're gonna move our shit.
Yeah.
And so that came up, and
back to being low-level adventurers who don't have crazy high encumbrance capacities.
Right. So I was just like, And I just saw that, and I was drinking water at the time. I almost lost it.
Yeah.
But no, there's like definitely all that writing up in there.
And that's the thing, just because I do know that that is a thing that is occasionally references like, ooh, elves are so magical and in touch with everything, they can ride bareback. And I'm just like, okay, so we're going to turn that into a joke. Like, most cultures need riding tack and saddle, and maybe you want to go bareback if you're trying too hard. Yeah, Axe, you're definitely going to have to deal with the fact that you're playing a stealthy character against NPCs who will now have vigilance. So you're not going to be rolling stealth checks against enemies who only offer 1 die of resistance all the time. Some of the time still 2, for sure, but like definitely got some more opportunities to be like, hey, these creatures are like prepared to suss you out. But yeah, I'm very glad we're getting to the point of actually playtesting, and like I said, I'm still coming up with ideas for stuff and things. I literally thought the other day, like, because, hey, spoilers, you know, you guys are going on adventures, you're going to find loot. I decided to playtest my random loot generation tables.
Oh, sick.
I already had a thought that I'm like, 15 entry, actually, no, I think it's double that because it's every 5, but it's a percentile table with 150 possible percentiles. Don't ask me how that works. There's pluses and minuses. It's okay. And I already thought to myself, like, oh man, if I really tried hard, I could like double the size of these charts. And I'm like, shit, does that mean I have to write a supplement with like double the size of the charts? And who knows, maybe at the end of the GM's, the Game Master's scrolls, I'll be like, hey, I had even more ideas about random enchantments. Check these out. Like, I was just, I had to actually fill in a slot because I realized I just completely fuckled my numbers and I left a gap open.
Oops.
So I was like, oh shit, gotta patch that. I did come up with something. But I was like looking for ideas, and I just saw like a bunch. Like I think it was like a minor weapon enchantment from D&D was like, patient, get a +2 when you go last in the initiative order. And I'm like, oh, that totally works for this system, and could be hilarious to get on a random roll.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if Axe got a patient bow. I feel like that would give him existential terror.
I think it would be too.
Like, shit, I'm better if I go last.
Are they literally just dumping They are.
They're literally dumping bodies while you're standing right there. Get him.
Come here! Come here! Come here! Alright, I gotta go back to the water, but I'll be back for you in a second.
Just jump out of the water, fucking eat a guy, go back to the water. Oh, Man-Eater's rad. We've done a great job at advertising this game. Y'all should check it out. I'm totally, like I said, I'm totally downloading this later.
Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Come here. Come here! Only people... Oh. Here's a hole here. Okay, cool. Well, let's go investigate.
Investigate the sewers.
Underneath the water.
Underneath the water.
There's supposed to be something.
No, honestly, that makes sense. You know, you've got different options now. That was something in Star Wars that was hard to do, was tanking. There was not a lot of explicit rules for that.
The shark now has an asymmetric
So there's definitely some stuff. So, you know, you can have your tank first and draw aggro, and then DPS come later.
Oh, can I not get out this way? Oh, okay. I'll figure out another way out.
I still do like that the system. I mean, not really, because remember, the system of initiative is whoever can roll. You roll the slots, and then whoever goes. And I'm sure some of you. Hell, I don't think he needs help. He's got like 2 points of. I think he doubled up on vigilance, because I told him that was an initiative skill. He has no cool, by the way.
I don't think anyone else. I don't think any of us. Do any of us have any cool?
He's got it as a spec skill, so he might have a point of cool. It makes sense because he's a sniper. But no, as the way Dallas's character is built, he does not ambush. He is good at being ambushed.
I don't know how the fuck that just happened.
All right, I'm gonna watch. Did you just triple shark jump?
I think I did.
I think you just triple shark jumped.
I don't know what that was. I really don't.
Man, they're putting something in the water, in the mutagen. Shark's getting real crazy. He can defy physics not just twice, but thrice. Oh, that's just roundabout giving me a perfect. I need more rivals for magical creatures. I forgot Sand Shark. We need to do Land Shark.
Oh yeah, Land Shark is important.
Classic.
It is. Ah!
The man-eater's longevity depends on her nimbleness.
It's like, is your boat under warranty? Can I sell you on an insurance plan?
The shark insurance. I mean, that just reminds me of the. Oh, speaking of Land Shark, the classic early Saturday Night Live bit. Land Shark, man. Candy grab.
Whooms? Oh, it's a gator.
Put the shark in a little hat.
Yeah, if we're talking about things that we've been doing for Genzakai, I haven't really been actually like contribute. Well, I kind of contribute. I yell things at Omega and he gets ideas. But the most thing. Oh shit! I'm about to die. Not today.
But not today.
What I've been doing, because you mentioned Little Hat, is I've just been coming up with crazy stories to tell while we game, like, because I don't know exactly where I got in my head just to come up with a bunch of stories, but I have been, and that's one of like my favorite things to do at night when I lie in bed, and I was like, let's just go, okay, so what did Porter do when he was here? And I have taken that to, ooh, it's an albino.
Yeah, I think it's, from what you said, it sounds like it started kind of as like a character building exercise, like just you're trying to wrap your head around being in character. Is like, what would I do hypothetically? And that turned into backstory expansion.
Yeah. And I
thinking about what happened.
And I like a lot of it because, like I said, for one, it's gonna be something to like end dead air or something I can just bust out when like we might have a particularly slow moment. I can bust out some Scion legends, or I can just talk about like the weird shit that Porter gets up to when, you know, people weren't around to stop him. Like,
you know, and that's gonna be a fantasy classic. You know, just like you while you're traveling or whatever. Reminds me of, you know, all the incidental BioWare dialogue you get.
Oh yeah.
You're just minding your own business, and then Alistair decides he has to tell you about that time he licked a lamppost. Is it a metaphor?
I think one of my favorites though is now when he did decide to go visit the Witch Academy, the Witches Academy, but he's a dumb pork and didn't understand how that went, so he just tried wandering in. And he scared a bunch of small girls in the process, so he was turned into a small pig for a while. And he has a story about how that experience went. He got a little hat, and they called him Sir Porker. I'm just like, yes. You know, stories about him accidentally like injuring an actor in a Longu acting troupe, and so he had to basically replace the role of a villain for a couple shows. And he's actually very horrible at acting, so he just thought, what would a pork do? And did that, and people thought it was great. You know, story of how he was, when he left to go on his journey, he was actually, again, a dumb pork and didn't actually get his adventurer's license. So he was traveling around as an unlicensed pork, which gave some people the agita. And so at one point he came into conflict with an Elp Knight. Of course it was a woman, by the way. We gotta stick to the fucking classics here. And, you know, his short but meaningful journey with her and all that stuff. We're talking about the Longu lands in Busha. How Porter got lost in the lands and came upon a hidden monastery, and, you know, stayed with them to learn for a while. Like, I've actually like come up with like a lot of stories I can just tell, and that like will actually help me explain like how Porter is and how he has his things and what he does and why he thinks is what he is. And I think that's like super important to a character. I actually suggested to the guys that they come up with some of their own as well. If not just to like, you know, to tell, but just to let them, you know, understand how like maybe their character will act in certain.
And I think most people have the through line of stuff. You know, thinking about things like everybody's got at least one or two. Like Axe is always known in his backstory about.
Hi!
Gallus is running with something. But Axe is always known in his backstory. Like, there's a reason because he's playing a Longu, you know, a dragon girl. Why she's over here in the west as opposed to the east.
Mm-hmm.
So like he got, you know, his character got lost in the desert for a little bit, and I don't know if Leona wants to tell any weird desert stories, but I'm sure she would have some weird desert stories, you know. and he's thought about a few of those. And obviously, again, I love Pocket Land. I'm the World Build Loudly guy. Don't you guys? You guys better be prepared. I'm gonna ask you improv questions.
Oh.
I'm gonna ask you shit like, hey, what's a holiday you like? You know, what are your characters eating? You know, what's your birth month? Because I have a calendar. Oh, God, yes, Dallas. Oh, I spent 20 years trapped under a rock. Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Oh shit, it's Bobby Bojangles! And they got a gun!
I ate them.
Do they have a fucking Tommy gun? Was that automatic gunfire?
Some of them do have automatic, Actually, I killed the guy. I should probably get out of here.
Flee!
Because they'll just keep coming until
Yeah, and I believe this is also GTA rules. They can still murder you underwater, even though that's not how bullets work.
No, I gotta find her. I gotta get under the... Yeah. My teeth are blue! I know it's bioelectrical, but blue teeth. Or blue guns, excuse me. Hey! What are you doing down here?
My spot.
Yeah.
Also, did that dumb fucking fish bite you on the nose?
Yes, and then I ate him.
He booped your snoot?
Booped my snoot, and then I ate his everything.
Truly, fish are the lowest life form. Goddamn.
The battle is over, but the war goes on.
This game is great.
But yeah, no, I have a lot of fluff and stuff that I've written down that you guys can read, and I will be asking these questions, these improv questions.
Oh yeah, no, like I actually asked, like you mentioned, like, you know what, like I asked when and where we're gonna be like setting out and stuff.
Yeah.
And like we're basically setting out early spring, and I was just thinking about that. Oh, we're in fucking tapping season and stuff. Lucky, because I actually wrote like a 3-page document on Porter's home clan, the Strongheart clan, based over by the event. And you know, thinking about things, that's where actually Porter gets his wants to do a lot of his like his bees and syrup and stuff, because they're basically a forestry clan. They're more disciplined than the average org, but they're not disciplined enough to do large-scale agriculture. They're just not. So they do a lot of gardening, and they focus on like animal products that they can. So like bees, small animals. They run gardens, and I actually learned about this. Tapping is actually stupidly easy. It takes a lot of fucking sap to make syrup.
Yeah, and for practical purposes, again, real world rules don't translate 1-to-1. We can probably reduce that down some, but it's probably still is a decent number of, like, you need a decent number of buckets or barrels of sap to turn into syrup.
Yeah, no. Real world rules, it takes 40 gallons of sap to make a single gallon of syrup. It's a fucking ton. But that's
literal 40-to-1 ratios. Even if I, like, knock that down to, like, 10-to-1 or 5-to-1, that's still, like, you're going to take an afternoon and futz with some trees.
Mm-hmm. But again, one of those things that, you know, I might do, because I was actually looking at, since I'm divine, I have the alteration, and one of the things is Magic Mansion. And I was all like, does that mean I can just literally, like, pray to Verna and Aqua and be like, girls, can I have a bathhouse, please? And they'd be like, we got you, fam. I'd be like, sick!
Yeah, basically. That's one of the most difficult things you can do is Magic Mansion, but yes. Like, it's a complex spell, but yeah, no, you can do so.
No, it's like, all these little things, I'm just like, I'm excited. I'm super excited. You guys don't understand. I'm so excited.
Yeah, no, I think everybody's jazzed. I mean, I feel like we're also maybe a little, like, anxious to actually get here, but we're jazzed. We're ready to rock and roll.
Oh, hey, we're going back to this fucker.
My son.
No swag.
He's just here for the summer.
But yeah, you know, I'll ask for these little details. Like, obviously, I think in terms of religion, obviously being the priest, Porter is the most defined.
The what? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, in terms of your character's religious beliefs, you know, you are a priest of Verna. It's canon, so we know all that stuff. So I've thrown in some there. You know, the Rose Crown is the month of Verna.
Yep.
So mid-spring, threw that one in there.
Nope. Porter's definitely gonna be making sure he does. Actually, I know the fucking the Temple of Harvest is down in New Lemuria, but I wonder if we actually have any like rituals or festivals at that time.
We'll have to see if that's in my notes.
I think I know one of the things happening in the fucking town we're going to.
Listen, I have again, World Builds Loudly guy.
Yeah.
I told you that like 2 or 3 pages of my starting notes aren't even the quest. It's like background in town and setting the place, and me yelling, roll the Shire music, slam the Skyrim.
Just like Kyle LeBlanc, our young
Like
bull is
Axe
the
keeps trying to cut
inventor
ahead
of
and be
a
like, "Hey, we did a job. How much cash do we have? What's our situation?" I'm like, "Well, we'll get there when we get there, buddy. I'll walk you through it when the session is, because I've got lots of stuff prepped. But yeah, I have plenty of background things and people and things."
Oh, that's right. I got Hardy now. I need to go and get that. I'm gonna go equip that. Can I equip? No.
Do you have enough knowledge skill to make me tell you 4 facts? I will not confirm or deny the number of bullet-pointed facts TM in my document about the town.
I mean, I got 2 yellow and no geo.
I expected several people to have no geo. I actually put it in my notes that, like, I may tell different characters different facts based on their backstories.
Oh, that's neat.
Because, like, but believe it or not, hey, you're with your religious background and your history, you will probably lean more towards, like, religious culture and things like that.
Makes sense.
Whereas, other characters, I don't actually know if Card's character has no geo. But if he did, that would probably be about, because he's mentioned that Nanashi grew up in a vineyard. So that would probably be about, like, crafts and stuff. The farming and crop situation directly.
Teeth.
Big teeth.
This one gives me more health, which is something I need.
Yes, and I have a slight advanced question. I can tell Axe to start thinking that direction now. Did you take any Streetwise, Thief Boy?
I doubt it.
I mean, I don't think he actually had points because he multi-classed.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas was able to do a lot because constructs, their starting stats are fairly low. They start with 1 and everything, but they get a lot of extra EXP and a lot of extra free skills. So he was able to work a lot with that. Even though he multi-classed, I don't think Axe, because he multi-classed for character reasons, which I am very pro. I know Axe usually is he tends to focus a lot. Oh, is that not a spec skill for Steve? I might have to take a look at that.
It might be in
We're betaing.
It might be
sometimes my skills do not always line up.
Yeah.
Rogues obviously definitely get it for start, but let me see. Thief is athletics, brawl, skullduggery, stealth.
You could probably get rid of brawl.
Yeah, I'm about to say I was just double checking. There's no actual talents for brawl. Let's scratch the brawl point. Characters will just buy a point in brawl if they really need to, and let's add Streetwise, because I think you do actually. Yeah, one of their talents explicitly calls for Streetwise, so yeah, let's fix that. That definitely makes it a little bit like, okay, you've got finesse, which lets you swap in brawl or melee light with agility instead of brawn, but that's okay. You can work around that. The fact that one of their talents explicitly requires them to make a Streetwise check and they don't have Streetwise is probably an oversight on my part. Like I said, beta testing. It's good to look at stuff.
That was a solid leap. Hey-o!
And let me switch Scoundrel. I'll give Scoundrel Vigilance instead of streetwise for them, because they've got other options and their talents don't require them to roll
Protein
streetwise.
patches like this one are a convenient and tasty way for sharks to increase their protein intake.
Like I said, it's, you know, obviously I've been working on this for a while, but nobody's actually tested anything yet, so there's still plenty of wiggle room to grow with, like, talents and other stuff.
Yee. Oh, I came back out. Let's see, is that top or bottom? Let's see here. Oh, that is definitely under something. How do I get over there?
Something else, okay. Alright, yes, I have recalculated skills. Is that good for, yeah, assassin is alchemy, cool, range stealth. Does mean that rogues are a little light on combat skills.
Oi.
But I got other specs for that, it's fine. Live adjustment.
Oh, I guess I gotta be an elder.
I actually think it needs to evolve to, He needs to upgrade to Marth's tab system. Okay, now that she does have no geo. Good. All right. Yeah, so if you roll that, you would get influence probably on, like, you know, the local farming and industry, because that's something your character would know.
Well, I hope you're going to be ready for everyone rolling that geo then.
Oh, I figured. Like I said, that's why I wrote in my notes. I'm like, wait, I bet a lot of people have this skill. Let me write down several different directions so that I can split this up so you guys get different information, and it's not all, well, you all know this box text.
Yeah.
Once more,
A common problem in these kinds of games.
This place of centered calm.
I really wish, I know this is like kind of my home, but I really wish I can clean up all this trash. This offends me on a spiritual level. You guys just don't understand. Ugh. Alright, but where am I going? That's an elder grade. That's undiscovered. I think there's some adult stuff here I can do. I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna go kill some things.
Adult shark stuff.
A peculiar biological adaptation allows the bull to
No,
survive
hey,
in
that
fresh
I,
water.
funnily enough, I can kind of turn that into a thing. I did look up, it's not a one-to-one. Do not necessarily think this is how this goes, but for stats for Galatids, obviously inspired by Galatea,
Yep.
wax and ivory golems, basically, which is a Rubian thing mostly. Naturally, they take their things to the obsessed form. But I was like, are there any, like, social, you know, interaction-y type thing? And yes, in the Shadows of the Beanstalk, the Android setting, there are sex bots. So I was like, good, I can use this stat line for, like, social assistant stuff. But also watch the fuck out. They have heavy brooms they can hit you with. And also arcane blasters. They have arm guns.
That's slightly terrifying, but awesome. Are these things are these like old world technology, or are they?
No, these are like cutting edge Rubian bullshit.
Cool. Can we buy
They're a
one?
little fragile. They have a little. They take +20 on critical injuries because they've got little alchemical flasks. But yeah, they've got a lot of stuff going on there.
Can we buy one?
They're rivals. You could probably build one. I think work as a support character, hireling or something.
Hell yeah.
I do, as usual, talking about fluff. I have a small additional sentence at the back. Rumors abound that in case of invasion by the forces of darkness, Rubia plans to supplement their Crimson Knights and Dragoons with airship marines of armored Galatids with alchemical flight packs and oversized blasters.
Valkyries. Wait.
I was thinking more like just, you know, mecha anime bullshit. We're gonna put the robot girls in the suits.
We about to do some fucking strike witches here?
Yeah. Or hell, you know, those, not that I've played them, but those Xenoblade games have a weird science fantasy aesthetic. You have some big swords in those games.
Come on, go for it! Yeah! You did it! Just that shark life. All right, back to it.
The big fish.
Stare at the
isn't
sign.
quite everything.
But we have been going for about 4 hours.
This has been a very productive show, I think.
I mean, I've already got the pseudo mechs covered. There's the pork powered armor.
Yep.
Porks have power armor. It's powered by an alchemical furnace. Again, the beauty of doing an isekai type fantasy is like, yes, naturally people will do dumb shit, and some of it's like references, and other times it's just like sneakers are an item you can get. It's because an outsider was like, man, I liked he was probably a sneakerhead and was like, man, I miss sneakers. Can I make sneakers? And like, yes, you can make shoes that are made of like soft alchemical rubber and stuff, and they actually make you sneakier because they're called sneakers. And this guy probably wasn't thinking that far ahead. I don't know what kind of team projects you're gonna get. You guys will figure out your own shit. I expect, just because of both my own personal, like I said, world building nonsense and the way Lucky's character is planning on going, there'll be lots of food discussions.
Yes. Again, Axe, you keep putting, I don't know why you keep doing this, but you keep putting like things on the team. And I'm going to tell you, like, you shouldn't really have that attitude. I won't call it an attitude, mindset with me, because I think I've mentioned this before. I'm very independently minded. Like, I don't necessarily think of doing things as a team, but we are a group of individuals working towards the same goal. It's a matter of semantics, but I basically have a bunch of things that, like, I want to do. And if someone wants to help me with one of those things that I want to do, that's fine. If you have something that you want to do and you need my help for it, that's fine as well. But I immediately like rebel against the notion of something being a quote-unquote team goal.
Well, and I'll say this from the perspective of, if another character or another player is like, I say we should have a team goal, that's a little weird, right?
Yes.
Like, there's always an aspect of like self-service. Like, obviously you guys can out of character tactically plan, like, you know, say you guys find some random loot, you can be like, okay, so technically, you know, like, because she's the sneaky one, Leona scouted ahead and she found this cool axe, but she's not really an axe character, so we should give the axe to, like, somebody who needs to do deeps. And, like, we can have that discussion, and then, you know, stuff like that. Like, obviously you're going to be a party of adventure and you're going to go on quests together, but, like, your downtime is your own time. That's the time I'm not there. Like, and that's what you're talking about, right? Like,
yeah, like we're gonna travel together and we're gonna do
stuff. That's downtime stuff.
Like, we're gonna be together and we're gonna do things, but it's like when we were talking about like what we want for a base. Everyone wants something different. Like, you know, I would like, you know, a floating island. Aaron said they wanted a crafter's guild. Axe, you said you would like stuff. Axe, you said you thought it'd be cool to like have an airship.
Yeah, actually wants an airship.
Yeah. Well, he might have changed his mind by now. I don't know. I talked to him about, you know, narrowing his focus there a bit. But what?
Jealous. I want a sepulcher. I want a graveyard. I could be Gothian.
Yeah. And so it's like one of those things that like having a base is not necessarily, you know, a team-oriented goal. That's something that everyone has their own individual thoughts about, and, you know, and there's nothing to say that we all can't pursue our own goals, and they can be a benefit to the team, but they still have to be basically headed by an individual.
And in general, I think it's just, like, obviously, in some role-playing, you know, scenarios, you have a built-in, we are definitely all a team who are assembled for team reasons.
Yes.
You know, we all have a backstory reason to be together, and like I said, we'll do a little bit of building so you guys can talk about like we can set up what your interpersonal relationships are, so we don't have to like completely find out you all meet in the inn style, because you know that has its own complications. But at the same time, as a group, you're writing your story, you know, together, right? Like that your story as a group is occurring on camera, as it were. But also, characters are not, in fiction, all characters are not together all the time, and neither are people, actually. Like, hey, Lucky and I work together, like, in a business sense. Not only do we do this, for funsies, but also money exchanges hands. We don't hang out, like, forever all the time.
Nope.
Like, we're not constantly working on stuff together. We need a little us time to work on projects and bounce off. Like, obviously, yes, absolutely, we bounce ideas back and forth, whether it's for, like, videos or for, like, projects like Gensakai. Like, Lucky will say something, and I'll be like, that's neat. I'll expound on that kind of a thing. And, sure, we have contentized some of our fun downtime. That's also bullshit, by the way, that caution tape did not fold. What paper it is. Hacks. Fucking microplastics.
Microplastics.
But at the same time, also, it's like, there are times like yesterday, we wrapped up Let's Talk FGO. I was like, okay, I'm gonna edit this and my own beeswax, and Lucky was like, cool, and then Lucky went to bed.
Yep, I passed the fuck out.
He did his thing. He went to sleep. I stayed up to watch the stream, and I spent a little time writing adventure stuff to make sure that's ready. But also, I spent some time just solo poking the new Aliens update, just because I was curious, And sometimes we play Aliens together, and sometimes we don't play Aliens together. It's
that's life.
That's how it is. Like, you can't. It is just as unhealthy to be completely isolated with no form of human interaction, just because humans are usually built for some kind of human interaction. It doesn't have to be face to face necessarily. We all know about parasocial relationships, but we're not necessarily meant to all the time be yes, I'm going to sit alone in the woods, But at the same time, humans are not meant to be constantly surrounded by 5 people at all times, all talking and working together on everything. That's what makes people, just scream and tear their clothes off and want to go hide in the woods for a couple of weeks. You need boundaries. You need to keep everything in balance.
There it is.
So, like I said, I expect you guys will have, together time. Porter will cook meals and, tell stories around the campfire and that kind of stuff. Or, if you're taking that long cart ride that has that button where you can skip the ride. If you don't skip the ride, Porter will tell a story.
Two more caches.
From the moment she's born,
you can work on all that stuff. And then when we're like, all right, here's your goal, team break. You guys will go do your own things, and you'll probably talk to each other about oh, I'm gonna get this item or that item, and somebody will be like, oh, pick me that up. Actually, this is a good question. Did anybody end up with negotiation? I feel like
I think Aaron's
character is gonna end up in that direction. I think he said he even wants to take merchant, maybe, but I don't know if anybody started with negotiation. Okay, 2 points. All right, good on you. All right, thumbs up. So guess what? You're the dedicated shopper.
That's how this works.
If anybody wants to buy anything that's not but simple basic rarity, they're gonna need you to actually roll dice. Well, yeah, you can get some stuff yourself. So there's the nuke plant over there, but there's all these tubes. Is this
I am doing some weird sort of shark triple jump.
Wow, you have serious shark ups. I mean, once you're out of character gen, you can't buy for MSRP anymore. Well, you guys actually might. This isn't going to be like Star Wars where you're stuck in the same place most of the time. You guys will actually travel. I'll get to use the rarity modifiers. If you guys go to a big city, you might be able to be like, ooh, rarity's less, or rarity's +0. But yeah, no, you've got some serious shark ups.
So
at what point do you just evolve wings in your front fins and you just become fly shark?
I don't know. I bet there is something that lets me get this.
I feel like we're going that direction. You can already do some serious hoppage. Again, it's not really it doesn't necessarily get you higher, but it does extend your jump so you can go farther, do better.
Because I need to get to that thing up there.
Yeah,
but I don't think I.
How good are you at jumping when you're out of the water? Because like there's a slightly raised barrier kind of behind you right there.
No, it doesn't really.
Nah, you don't really get the ups.
No.
We gotta problem solve.
Like you can get some ups out of the water, but
yeah. So you either need to, like I said, evolve the ability to fly or figure out how to get like upland and jump downland.
Actually, I wonder. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out later.
But yes, as you guys can see from the fact that I think like 15 minutes ago I said, I feel like we're talking about things as more stuff comes up. Obviously, the Gensekai, it has been for this entire process, but it has been rolling through this whole thing with tangents and people getting me on stuff. But we have been going for almost 4.5 hours. It's, like 40 minutes to midnight. We can probably wrap this stuff up because I do need to at least edit this audio and then also probably watch that FGO stream later. And I can get back to plugging away at a couple of the things I've got notes for.
Yeah.
This protein supplement,
Like I said, I got one more of the starter quests to start with. I wrote out the exploration type one and the straight up, mark hunting type one. It's the more investigating type one that's not fully fleshed out yet because I kind of figured that would be lower on you guys' list.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, you might want to save that one for last, even if I do finish it before tomorrow night, because like that's probably going to benefit from, hey, Axe has got a couple points of experience, he can buy some dots in his thief skills or something.
That'd probably be nice.
Investigating and urban exploring skills. So that might, even like I said, even if I finish writing that by tomorrow, you probably will save that one for later anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. So I still got to work on that one. From what I did this in the order that it sounded like everybody was interested in. Almost everybody I talked to explicitly told me, or at least did not naysay, that they were interested in dungeon exploring first. So we did that one. Going in the woods, going in holes, fighting things.
As you do.
But yeah, I am ready to wrap up the show here-ish.
I will continue to flop on a grate.
Yeah. You're going to shark.
Gonna shark.
I'm gonna, bleh. Excuse me. I'm probably gonna, edit this audio really quick. Hopefully really quick. It is like 4.5 hours. Ooh. Architect did technically an MP4 of the Space Drift. Well, that's better for like video editing, but I understand why Discord doesn't like it because it's a 9-second loop that's almost 3 megabytes.
Wow.
But as an MP4, that's perfect because then we can put sound clips under that.
Yeah, that was going through my head. God damn it.
Oh, it's every single time. I made the original weird space image, and I immediately thought of that. Like, listen, it's not subtle. What's that joke I like? I know other writers who use subtlety, and they're all cowards. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, on that space note, we can probably wrap it up for you. I will probably go continue to play more Below Zero because I didn't clock in a lot of hours yesterday, or. Like I said, I'll write more NPC profiles because I'm a madman and I'm very inspired right now. Shark! Alrighty. Yeah, let's just go to the outro. We've crossed 4:30. We're ready to rock and roll. Bones. Sorry, I've been sitting here a little bit. It's another good reason to wrap up the show. Get up, stretch. Stretch those fins. Stretch those fins, everybody. Let's do the outro. The outro goes a little something like this. If you like this show, go ahead and give it a liker. I see we currently have 8 concurrent viewers, only 5 likes. Slackers.
Slacks!
If you have any comments, you can leave them in the comment section down below, or join our Discord. Link is always in the video description and on our channel page. If you're new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel to get more of this show, What's Up, more of our Monday streaming series. We'll be continuing Great Ace Attorney. Maybe we can actually wrap Case 4 this week. I hope we're getting closer. We've had to tell the jury they're wrong like twice. Come on. So check that out on Monday and sub to make sure you get more videos like that. Any other weird streams we do, stuff like other things. And obviously, if you're interested in Gensakai, future AP posts, as well as the Sprawl AP that'll be coming out soon.
Soon.
Even if you're already subscribed, make sure to ring that bell for notifications so you always know when we post a new video or when we stream. And you can also join our channel memberships. Consider hitting that join button or the link below. Get access to membership badges and emotes, which you can see lovely displayed. It's nice. And, of course, like I said at the front, on Patreon, you can get access to episodes in audio format for as little as $1. Now you got it. Nice. $1 a month or about $10 a year. It's going to be a new month soon. Might be a good time to look at this membership, get access to polls, some other fun stuff. Keep that out there. And yeah, it's about all I got for this week.
Yep.
We are all shark.
We are all shark. And with that, everyone, have a good evening. See you next time.
Dunna.
Dunna. All right, and we have